We're recording. All right. All right. Good evening, everybody. It is 6 p.m. We're going to open up the city council meeting. Call to order. Roll call.
Houston Marchman, District 2.
Bill King, District 2.
David Mers Jr. for District 4.
Robert Lee, District 5.
Sheena Martinez, Mayor Pro Tem. All right. Please stand with me and recite Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
And we have Pastor Max Mendola from Discovery Church.
Heavenly Father, we come before you, Lord God, and we just thank you, Lord God, for this beautiful day. We thank you for our beautiful city, Lord God, and we're just so grateful for all the things you've done in our lives and everything that you've done so far, Lord God. Heavenly Father, I pray for guidance, Lord God, as we seek foresight and wisdom, Lord God, and the plans of the future, Lord God, that you just protect everyone in the city, protect everyone that's going through, protect all our friends and family, Heavenly Father, protect our country, Lord God. We protect those that are overseas, Lord God. May you just bring them home safely, Lord God, and we protect all for moms and dads, peace of heart, Lord God, and strength of mind as we go on through all the situations that are going on in our lives and in this world, Lord God. We give you praise and honor in Jesus' name. Everybody said,
Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. All right. So we're going to open it up for citizens' comments. The council will hear comments from any citizen or visitor. Speakers must address their comments to the presiding officer rather than the individual council members or staff. Stand at the podium, speak clearly into the microphone, and state your name, residential address before speaking. Speakers will be allowed maximum of 3 minutes for testimony. In accordance with the State Open Meetings Act, the City Council is restricted from discussing or taking action on items not listed on the agenda. Action can only be taken at future meetings. So anybody has citizen comments?
And also, we might recommend or let them know that we have that other form there.
Okay.
In case they wish
We
to.
also have in the back form, if you want to talk specifically about something that's on the agenda, have it filled out and up here to us before that item is opened up. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Priscilla Garrett, 702 Florence. The first presentation you will see tonight is proposing an entryway walkway into September Square from the rear along Lafayette Street. The walkway will honor the branches of the military while providing better access for the handicapped, leading to the current family military pavers that are in place and on around to the monuments which commemorate the first pioneers who founded Castroville. The pavers and the monuments need and have needed cleaning and in some instances repair, and that need is already being discussed if we get this entryway. September Square is a very special place and needs both city, organizations, and citizens' cooperation to maintain that. I urge you to see the value to the city in this project and vote yes to improve. Second subject, same area, not on the agenda. Several years ago, it was discussed and talked about the limited parking in that general area. Fiorella is the entryway into the center of town and our historic commercial district and shops. I think we can all agree that parking is very limited in the area and at times very overcrowded. Past discussions have included slanted head-in parking behind September Square, which could provide possibly 10 to 12 parking spaces to include 2 handicap spaces. Currently, when vehicles are parked parallel on both sides of Lafayette, it makes it a one-way street. You can't pass. 2 vehicles turning from Fiorella or Alamo onto Lafayette at the same time do not fit. We desperately need parking in that area. Making Lafayette one way off of Fiorella towards Alamo, and it's a very, very short street, could help alleviate the parking to some extent and be a step in the right direction in that area. Thank you.
Anybody else, citizens' comments? I do have something that I received from Helen Delavan regarding the proposed Veterans Memorial Walkway on September Square. She says, for what it's worth, I just finished carefully reviewing Johnny Guzman and Bray Robertson's plan for establishing a memorial walkway on September Square. It is awesome. I am impressed to the point that I feel compelled to write this letter of enthusiastic support, along with my congratulations to these fine young men. I see nothing that needs changing. I'm especially impressed with the choice of complementary materials and the fact that it is relatively maintenance-free. This project, when completed, will elevate September Square well beyond what it is presently. It could even become a standalone tourist destination. Kudos to these young men for this very generous and appropriate gift to our city. P.S. As a side note, I know my dad, a World War I veteran and former mayor, to whom the September Square flagpole is dedicated, would be delighted and honored by such an addition, so too am I. So any other?
Abigail Figueroa, Commander of the American Legion, Post 460 here in Castroville. In the American Legion, there are 4 pillars of service. There are Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation, National Security, Americanism, and Children and Youth pillar. Children and Youth. I am here as a commander of the post, and on behalf of our 170 members and growing, we are here to support these youth in this project. Over this past year, Post 460 has worked very closely with Cindy Guzman and the 4-H group concerning this project. We applaud this youth group for their initiative, leadership, and all the hard work that has gone into creating this project to include the fundraising, design, location, etc. By supporting this project, we are supporting the youth in this community. This project clearly demonstrates respect for our veterans from all branches of service, promotes patriotism and community engagement. This project not only benefits the youth for the experience of creating the memorial, but it also highlights and brings honor to all the veterans, their families, and this community. So we, the American Legion Post 460, highly recommend this project be approved without any further delay. Thank you.
All right. Any other citizens' comments? All right. So we're going to move on to the consent agenda. On the consent agenda, there's meeting minutes for March 10th, 2026, regular called meeting. I'll take a motion.
Make a motion to approve consent agenda.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes. All right. So what we're going to do, and I want to group these together, that way it keeps moving on. First, we're going to have the presentation on the installation of a Veterans Memorial at September Square by Barry Robertson and Johnny Guzman. At the same time, I'm going to go ahead and open up 9A, which is discussion and take appropriate action on approving the proposed September Square Military Memorial Project after their presentation is done. So come on up. We don't bite. It's going to be good. No.
Johnny Guzman couldn't be here today, so he was doing it. Good evening, Mayor Alexander, and City Council. My name is Chuck Swan, and I'm the lead on this project, and I'm attending the meeting tonight to set up this one. The reason we wanted to make the veterans local is we wanted to honor all members of the military and also raise awareness of the two veterans in Gray both have family members that have served in the military, and I have a cousin who's a veteran who worked in struggles with this country. So I want to thank the American Legion, the Store Landmark Commission, and the Parks and Recreation for all of the support. We hooked up our project because we would love to see this come here as a
And
and I'm Ray Robertson. So good evening, City Council members and honored guests. My name is Ray Robertson, and I'm the co-lead on this project. It's truly an honor to stand before you today and represent a cause that means so much to us and to the people that have served. Tonight, we are not just presenting a project, we are honoring lives, service, and the responsibility we share to never let their struggles go unheard. I'm especially proud to share that I am a local of Castroville, with my family lineage tracing back to Nicholas Shearhart, and my grandparents are veterans, and one of them is in the room with me today. This community is a part of who I am, which makes this project even more meaningful to me. I'm grateful you had the opportunity to hear from Johnny earlier. His story is a powerful reminder of the sacrifices made by our service members and veterans. We have been working diligently and with great care to move this project forward. This project is more than just assignment to us. It is a way of honoring those who have served, raising awareness, and helping ensure their struggles are not faced in silence. It is about respect, remembrance, and standing together as a community. At this time, I will walk you through a PowerPoint presentation that reflects our purpose, our progress, and our vision. One we hope will not only honor our veterans, but also inspire ongoing awareness, compassion, and action. May this effort not only honor their service, but also remind us that the greatest way we can serve our heroes now is to listen, to speak up, and to stand beside them. So this is our mission statement. Our mission is to honor the courage, sacrifice, and service of our nation's veterans by creating a Veterans Memorial Walkway in September Square. This space will serve as a lasting tribute to those who have defined our freedoms, including those who are prisoners of war, missing in action, and those who have made the ultimate sacrifice to our country. We are also committed to raising awareness and remembrance for the 22 veterans lost each day to suicide, recognizing that some of the greatest battles are fought long after the service ends. We aim to build a peace of reflection, healing, and education. And this is what is currently in September Square. And this is our blueprint and what we're trying to do. So the dotted lines where the rounded part, that is what's already there, and we're not going to touch that at all. What we're going to focus on is the part above it, the long, narrow spot. It is going to be 28 feet long, 8 inches wide, and then when it expands up to the top around the curve, it's going to be 17 feet wide. Now, each of the benches are going to be 48 inches by 18 inches, and we also have 2 pillars that are 4 feet tall, 2 feet wide, and 8 inches thick that are going to be saying these things. And then these are the benches, front view and back view. And these were the recommended changings. So from the left side is what we previously had, and on the right side we're going to move the emblem to the side instead of on the top of the bench so people aren't sitting on it. And this is a contractor for benches and monuments. The stones and benches are man-made with fiber and steel reinforced concrete, and the sand mixed with special additives. The strength when fully cured is 4,000 psi, and the process takes about 30 days to complete. The process allows them the opportunity to etch and insert metal artwork seamlessly. This also allows to insert removable metal lifting rings on the 2 monuments for easy transportation and installation. Now, we already have somebody that is going to come and help us build it. His name is Nash, and he's working with Nash Construction. And these are the prices and what he's going to use to build it. Now, this is the total cost of the project, including what each project, part of the project costs. And these are all the donors that we have already went and talked to who have donated us money to help complete the project. And that's it. We respectfully ask for your approval to move forward with this project so we can turn the vision into something meaningful for our veterans and our community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
I have to applaud you. As a fellow veteran, I applaud you. This is awesome. I really do. Remembering those that have come before us, those that are serving now, and those that are coming after us. This is amazing. I open up for any discussion since we're now on to 9A.
Would you read it, please?
Yes. So 9A is discuss, take appropriate action on approving the proposed September Square Military Memorial Project. Open up for discussion. Bob, you want to start?
Sure. Thank you. And I applaud your project. It's good. I've had a lot of discussions with Ms. Guzman about her project and talked to the gentleman that's putting together the memorials, a very conscientious gentleman named Cruz up in New Braunfels. He's really dedicated to his work. And as our conversations back and forth, I had a couple of concerns. One is the memorial plaque that's currently in September Square is going to be right at the end of their walk. Okay, and it's about that wide. And even though the walk is pretty wide, I'm wondering if council might want to, doesn't have to do it right now, but consider moving that plaque down to the inside of that arc versus right at the end of their walkway. So you still see the plaque, it just wouldn't be right at the end of the walk, which is where it would be right now. It would be still on the existing walk behind that. So it would be right in front of it, but you wouldn't have to go around it when you got to the very end down there. And that's not an action for tonight, but that would at least keep it out of the way. If you got a wheelchair or something else you want to push down there, it would not be in the way. I had talked to them about hopefully being able to afford natural stone like the other three monuments we have that would be in keeping with the same kind of materials, if that was possible. And if everybody in here gave $500, they could make that happen. I think maybe you could give us some of those additional costs for that, to do that. I had one other concern, and that is any kind of memorial needs to be timeless in its message. Okay, and I love the one on the left. I like most of the one on the right. I have a problem with what the bottom one states about veteran suicide. And I would say the same thing, but I would say it in a different way other than saying suicide. You know, people needing help, you know, the traumas of war and so forth and so on. Because that's an issue now, no doubt about that. I don't know if it was an issue 25 years ago. I don't know if it'll be an issue 25 years from now, but this will still be there. And so for my two bits, I would prefer to see some reworked wording on the bottom half of that right-hand monument. And personally, I think of the military as a squared away, straight away, you know, rank and file kind of a thing. Got my 31 years in, and my preference would be to have a more straight-sided monument versus one that looks like it was shelled in a cemetery. But so those are the only points that I have. Thank you very much.
David?
Thank you very much for getting this put together. Good job speaking here tonight. Please come back often. There are other people here who can speak far better to the respect this is giving to veterans. And I'm not going to try and do better than them. But I just like to note from a very practical perspective, I walk across September Square often, and it will be nice to have a proper way to get in and out of the middle instead of tromping through the grass. Because right now it's not really clear how you're supposed to move through September Square. And so I think this is also just a very nice practical addition, in addition to a very heartfelt one.
Phil?
Yeah, I like that. I like the idea. I've always liked the idea. We talked earlier about a year or so ago, maybe a year and a half ago, and it had to do with the Hidden Wounds of War Memorial, and that seems like that was related to an organization that you all were, like for instance, this 22 with the skull on it. Is that a copyrighted thing from an organization?
That's something.
Or did you come up with that symbol?
I think that's something we'd have to research and look into. So just kind of a comparison real quick. The monuments here on your left, the original ones, are what's in your packet. After some discussion and some concerns, it was reworked, and that's where that monument on the right. So that's where they changed that and removed that, in addition to those colors. So all this was changed.
That's not it.
It would be, so this was the recommended change, and that's kind of where council we would like to have some approval, I guess, in that sense, to approve this one.
Okay, that answers my question. I guess that's not the one that was sent to me yesterday. Can you blow that up a little bit? Or where is that? That's not in our packet.
No, but I can, yes,
Okay.
correct. It's not in your packet because it was just emailed to me earlier today.
I guess could you blow? My eyes aren't.
No, you get
see that, so I'm just trying to read what it says.
I believe the top half is all the same. Hidden wounds of war, the soldier above all others praise. For peace, for it is the soldier who must suffer and bear the deepest wounds and scars of war. Douglas MacArthur. And then on the bottom half, it says, in memory of veterans lost to suicide, honoring those we have lost to veteran suicide. This monument brings awareness, breaks the silence, inspires action, and stands as a reminder that no veteran is alone.
Those answer my question. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Houston?
That was mine as well. Thank you. Great job.
Okay. Well, I already gave my 2 bits. I greatly appreciate it, and it represents how Castroville feels about veterans and how deep the military service is to everybody in this town, no matter from the founding all the way up to present to the future. So I greatly appreciate this, and this will be fabulous. I'd entertain a motion.
Go ahead.
I make a motion that we approve this Veterans Memorial Walkway project with the one change as discussed of the changing of the wording on the
Monuments.
Yeah.
On the recommended changes.
Proposed B.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was there?
Yeah, go
Yes.
ahead. So in addition to that monument at the beginning of the walkway, there was also concerns about having the seal on top of the benches.
Yeah, that's a slap in the face.
Is council okay with again that other recommended change on the right, putting the seals on the side
Yes.
versus on top, so that
Yes.
people don't sit and.
Right, and that was the intent of my motion.
Yeah.
Also,
Okay,
was
perfect.
to
So
go with
we're good with
both
both
recommended.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're not allowed to walk on, we're not allowed to sit on them.
Understood.
Yeah.
I second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. We look forward to the end project.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, presentation by Castroville Area Chamber of Commerce on the proposed service contract with City of Castroville for tourism and economic development. I will also at the same time open up item number B, 9B, which is discussion, take a possible action on adopting a resolution authorizing the mayor to sign a contract for tourism and economic development activities with the Castroville Area Chamber of Commerce. Hi.
Hi. Thank you for having us back. For those who don't know me, my name is Olivia Stone. I am the president of the Castroville Area Chamber of Commerce, and we have some of our other board members here and our executive director, Adrian. Thank you for welcoming us back to do this presentation. We'll wait for Scott. Do you have a clicker?
I will be your fan.
You're my clicker?
I only have so many inputs on this.
Okay, you can go to that. Okay, so this presentation will outline how the Castroville Area Chamber of Commerce plans to strategically use hot funds to enhance tourism in our city. So our primary goal is to increase overnight stays, which directly impacts hot fund revenue, and we will accomplish this through targeted advertising efforts and by serving as a visitor center in the heart of Castroville. Beyond increasing hotel stays, These efforts also support our local businesses and contribute to increased sales tax revenue. As a chamber, we interact daily with visitors and residents, giving us a unique opportunity to promote Castroville's history, charm, and overall visitor experience. Our approach centers on 4 key areas. First, targeted tourism marketing, making sure that we are reaching the right audiences and encouraging them to visit Castroville. Second, strategic event development, building on existing events and supporting new opportunities that attract visitors and encourage overnight stays. Third, visitor engagement through the chamber office, serving as a central point where visitors can access information, resources, and a welcoming first impression of our city. And finally, partnerships with local organizations, working collaboratively to strengthen our efforts and maximize the impact of every dollar spent. So this is a breakdown that you can see the $75,000 investment, how we're going to use it. Marketing and advertising, 45%, events and tourism, 11%, personnel, 24%, and visitor services, 20%. Okay, so here's a breakdown of our marketing approach. It focuses on creating a strong, consistent presence across multiple channels to attract visitors to Castroville. We plan to partner with a professional marketing firm to ensure our advertising is strategic, targeted, and effective in reaching both Texas and out-of-state audiences. To support this, we will continue working with Storykeeping to produce high-quality video content that highlights our local businesses and maintains a cohesive look and feel for Castroville. We will also invest in print advertising in key regional and statewide publications to broaden our reach. And in addition, expanding our social media presence will allow us to promote events, history, and attractions while increasing visibility and engagement. Finally, we will develop branded merchandise that not only enhances the visitor experience, but also serves as a lasting reminder of Castroville. So here are the key events that currently draw visitors to Castroville, along with opportunities for future events that can further enhance tourism. We're proposing to allocate $8,000 to support these events. These funds will be distributed based on the specific needs, identify opportunities to enhance their event, whether through additional marketing, expanded activities, or visitor-focused incentives. The goal is to strengthen existing events while also supporting new opportunities that encourage more overnight stays and increase visitor engagement in Castroville. And if you'll notice on the end, we have Restaurant Week. That is a new event that we are discussing if this goes through. We think it will bring a lot of people into Castroville and support all of our restaurants. So by investing in these events, we're building on what already works and creating more reasons for visitors to come and stay in Castroville. Nope, wait. No, you're right, sorry. My paper was wrong. So currently we have 2 employees working in our office on a daily basis. This proposed budget reflects a modest pay increase and an increase in hours to support the additional workload tied to tourism efforts. Both positions will continue supporting our members while also expanding their roles to align with tourism promotion. The executive director, Adrian, will take the lead on tourism initiatives, including marketing and communications, event management, and maintaining strong relationships with the city. The administrative assistant, Allie, will continue handling member communications, providing event support, assisting with marketing and social media efforts, and serving as a key point of contact for visitors in the office. Together, the team works closely with the board of directors, supporting their direction and ensuring day-to-day operations and initiatives are carried out effectively. And lastly, As part of our tourism efforts, we want to ensure the Chamber office serving as a visitor center is welcoming, visible, and accessible. We are proposing an investment of $14,000 toward exterior improvements, including parking and landscaping. These upgrades are intended to make the space more inviting and encourage visitors to stop in and engage with the information and resources we provide. Additionally, $1,000 will be allocated for interior lighting improvements. If you've ever been in the chamber, you know how dark it is. So we want to create a brighter, more welcoming environments for visitors once they enter. These enhancements support our role as a central point for tourism and help create a positive first impression of Castroville. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time and consideration and allowing us the opportunities to support the city of Castroville and its future growth. We do not take this responsibility lightly. This plan has been carefully developed with thoughtful consideration of both financial stewardship and compliance with Texas law, ensuring alignment with all requirements set forth by the city and state. We are committed to serving Castroville, strengthening tourism, and supporting initiatives that will have a lasting positive impact on our community. And I will open it up to questions.
Thank you. Houston?
First question, thank you for your presentation. Thank you guys for coming. Does the hot funds budget proposal, did you guys vet that against state law? Like, it's okay to spend
Yes.
X, Y, and Z against, okay. And then secondly, just respectfully is I understand the executive director and the added hours, I get that. But on the like landscaping and interior lighting, is that something that's covered under state law that we can actually spend hot funds on?
It is,
Because-
because it's considered a visitor center, and that was put in the contract by the city.
Okay,
As a visitor center, yes, you can. But it's a very modest investment because we want to focus on marketing and advertising. And of course, our budget will also contribute to this.
right, okay, thank you.
I reserve mine for later.
David?
The 15,000 on the visitors service, or on visitor services and improving your location, what would that money be going to in the future in like year 2, year 3?
Oh, that's a good question.
That's a good question. We would probably just invest that in new events or into marketing and advertising.
Well,
Yeah.
Phil's waiting to talk.
That's normally me. You did a good job of answering a lot of the questions that we had last time when this came up. Are you planning on putting a sign somewhere along 90 to say the visitor center is up here? Because, you know,
Yeah, we need to
We don't.
we need some direction from council on, is this a Me Too situation where we have a second visitor center? Which is, as far as I know, okay.
you jumped
More
ahead to
than
my
one.
second question. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't,
That's it.
but yeah, so that would be something that I think we need to be clear on, is what, because we do have staff out at Station House. It does need to be manned because we have tours there, et cetera. So I don't see that going away in the budget as we discuss this. It's a fairly small amount, and generally that's paid for out of the general fund. Those personnel costs and the maintenance of that house. But anyway, so that's something to think about. Like, what is the role in terms of a visitor center?
Well, and in the contract, it's not called visitor center. It's called convention and visitors chamber. And that may be a difference.
Convention and Visitors Chamber.
Yes,
You said what?
Convention and Visitors Chamber.
is in this contract.
Yeah, right here. Page 1 of 9. Agreement between City of Castroville and Castroville Chamber of Commerce, Convention and Visitors Chamber.
Yes. And that way it's a combination.
And I'll just say this: it's not. Again, I think this is a good thing to have more than one location. We already kind of treat our library in the same way. People will show up to the library and ask questions. I'm new in town. What can you tell me? That kind of thing. And so, I think having the chamber as a partner and helping us do that, the more places, the merrier in that respect. But we may need to outline what the expectations are when we start calling things a visitor center, et cetera.
Yeah.
We
Thank-
did talk about a sign, to answer your question. We did
Okay,
talk about a
because,
sign,
you know,
and that
just
is part of that.
whizzing along the road and think, oh, there's a visitor center. So somewhere long before, maybe even the bridge, something needs to let people know where you are. If we consider the Steinbach House a visitor center, also we are allowed to spend hot funds on it too, for things like maintenance and whatnot. So we need to work out how that can work to complement you and also work for us, because we want people to see the Steinbach House. I mean, I like Faustina Sharp's house, but in 5 minutes you've seen it, okay? And most of it's offices, and it's a lovely place. It really is, but it's not something I'm going to spend 30 or 45 minutes in. I'm going to pick up some information and ask a few questions. I'm out the door. And so for us, the city needs to figure out, it's not your responsibility, some focus to have people also see the Steinbach House. So whether it's a change in wording on the sign at the Steinbach House or whatever, we need to tie that in, because I assume the information produced by the chamber is going to be also given out at the Steinbach House. And so we have been through plenty of experiences with having nobody in the Steinbach House, and that was not good. And so, not your responsibility, but council needs to grapple with that. The only other issue I have is there's nothing in this contract that says you need to show us what you did and the results of it. The only requirement in this contract is you bring us financials. That's it. Nothing else, just financials. And so I'm pretty set on having a demonstration of what you did and how it worked out. I want to see a result of this $75,000 to make sure that we'd be more than happy to renew next year, but show us what you did and what the results were. We got that from Devin when he was here, because he had charge statistics and, you know, enough stuff to blow your mind away about all the outreaches he did. And I think that was very valuable. And so I would like a few words inserted in this contract that basically, when we review the monetary portion each year, it should also have a review of the programs that you mentioned and the results of those investments. Thank you.
And it's each quarter that we have to do that, right?
Quarterly reports, or
Quarterly.
I don't.
Well, on page 2, it says the annual payment shall be paid in chamber before January 1 of each year. A payment will be made following the council review of the annual budgetary report from previous year. So I take this as you guys reporting to us what all was done.
It doesn't say that. It says money. That's all it says is money. If you want it, if you have an expectation, you need to state the expectation.
That's true.
Otherwise, you may not get it. So spell it out exactly what you want.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, this deal worked out between the city and the chamber was to replace Darren Ham. But Darren Ham wasn't the visitor center. He didn't greet visitors, did he? No, because the city has a visitor center at the Steinbach House. We also have technically a visitor center at the Living History Center, which is also owned by the city. And so we have visitor centers all over, but so I didn't think the contract was to turn the Chamber of Commerce into a visitor center. It was to take over the duties of Darren Ham, which was not a visitor center. He was to promote tourism. So the fact that you feel that you need to have exterior landscaping and interior lighting to fix up your building to turn into a visitor center, I guess I didn't think that was part of this, if that makes sense, because Darren Ham wasn't the visitor center. You all are replacing Darren Ham, which is to promote tourism. So I guess I would like your duties to more reflect replacing what Darren Ham did and not turn yourself into a visitor center, since we already have a visitor center. At least that's my opinion. Also, when you say that these events that you're going to spend $8,000 for, just curious, the Alsatian Festival, how do you envision helping the Alsatian Festival with monetary funds? You're going to promote it. You're going to go out and get your your marketing company to help market the Alsatian Festival?
Yes, we will promote it. Both the personnel that we have and through the marketing firm, but we do want to promote that on the social media, Castroville TX, social media pages, and also with, I guess, swag is what you would call it, branded items for Castroville. We would like to contribute that way and work directly with the event coordinators to see what their idea would be to help improve the event and get people to stay overnight.
Okay.
For instance, for that particular, because that's during the day and usually people don't stay. So how can we help
So
people
this,
come in and stay overnight?
so the thought there is the $8,000 to be used for these different deals, mostly in social media type, above and beyond what you all are doing now.
Right.
Because right now you have some social media on some of these events that you do as a chamber, correct?
Right.
So then this would be additional, that above and beyond what you are doing now, because you're getting additional funds to do this now.
Correct. And this would also be on the Castroville TX social media, not the chamber social media. These would mainly be on Castroville TX social media, print media. We could do commercials. It would just depend on each event and how we can bring people in to stay the night.
Can I make a comment on one of Phil's comments about the activities that Darren Ham was undertaking? So he was focused on tourism, but he also was focused on BRE, on business retention and expansion and economic development. And in that vein, while it may not be explicitly stated in their contract, there are references to BRE type activities. We're going to do marketing and with the whole goal of growing sales tax. I think just to talk a little bit more about the planned investment external to the facility, the nature of the Chamber of Commerce, even today, is that it receives visitors, business people who are interested in starting a business in town, new business owners, etc., go to that location. And it's clear by your comments that there are improvements that are needed. And it's been stated that those are allowable uses to the extent that we recognize it as a chamber and visitor, whatever we call the chamber. No, chamber and something.
Yeah.
I lost my place. Yeah. To the extent, so it would be allowable use. It really boils down to, well, does the council support that as a use of these funds in this year? And I think Councilman Murders made the comment that this would be a one-time expense, and the next year, more than likely, there will not be. I would not expect to have a challenge trying to find a use for those funds. One of the things that I've advocated for during this process is just taking a let's grow as we go approach with this entire contract, because really and truly neither the city nor the chamber knows what it's getting into. Like, there's going to be things we are unanticipated. There's going to be opportunities that we both recognize. Hey, what if we did this? Opportunities to grow events or add events or do additional marketing or have a billboard or other things that may be brought up by other folks in the community. So I think that locking, the whole idea of coming back on an annual basis and set some expectations, et cetera, is a good one, because I anticipate there will be changes. I really would strongly counsel the council not to try and create a contract today that you don't need to go and touch again. I think this should be viewed as a living, breathing. We're going to revisit this each year and work with the chamber to ensure that the funds are invested in a manner that the city expects. Fair?
Yes. So the other question is, we get what we measure, right? And I know that Mr. Ham was collecting or purchasing data like credit card consumption data, because that tells you where people come from, where they spent it, where they're going. Was it a hotel? Was it a room? Was it food? What? And that would be in this marketing firm. Is that where you guys expect them to buy that data so we can measure the decisions that we make collectively?
Marketing firms do have that technology. They can measure the data. We also measure anybody who comes into the chamber. There is a sign-in sheet.
Right.
So that would be separate. We can measure that already. But yes, marketing firms do have analytics. The social media has analytics, so we can see who's looking at our page new, where they're coming from. And then any print media we do should also have analytics that we can provide.
I think we're also looking, if you're not mistaken, one of the things that that Darren Ham had invested in, and I honestly don't know which company he was using, but he was getting it from credit card companies. That's generally the only place that has the source data, and it's a way of measuring individual events impact on sales tax, because you generally our sales tax data is 2 months behind from the state, and it's not geographic, and it's really difficult to get good data that tells you what an event had. But credit card data, when you purchase it, it's not super expensive, but it will tell you this is what happened this weekend in this area, this geographic area within your town. So that's the type of thing. Am I correct, Councilman Marshman, that you're kind of looking for?
By geography.
But we can work. We can work together to try and identify that. It just needs to be a collective expectation of the council that is something we'd like to see, that we had in the past, that we'd like to see going forward.
Okay, we can look into
Thank
that.
you.
Any other discussion?
I'm not exactly sure where we are as far as, are we looking at approving this lease tonight or not?
The discussion action item is take possible action on adopting resolution authorizing the mayor to sign a contract
Well, until
for tourism and economic
All right.
development activities.
until the rest of you decide whether you think we should have performance requirements in the review or not, then if we don't have some performance requirements, I would be reluctant to agree to it, because it won't take much to put that in there, and they have no issue with it. I like what they're going to do, and whether they had tourists come to your place and get information or not, I don't care, because you're still going to produce the information. And I think the Steinbach House definitely has a place to play in all this. And it maybe have a different label on the door, and you may have a different label on yours, because you're really a chamber of commerce for business and visitor information, not just the visitor information center, because you're really there to help. And the Steinbach doesn't refer people to various businesses and towns and restaurants and stuff, as far as I know, but you do, and you're a critical piece to make that happen. And what we do at the Steinbach House and how they interface with you is really not the issue here tonight. We've got to work that out, and I'm more than happy to agree to this lease if we have some performance requirements in here that we look at before we review. That's all I have.
Okay, David?
Yeah, I had 2 comments. First, I absolutely agree with Mr. Dixon that it would be good to treat this contract as a living document, something that's understood. This is probably going to change in the future. I think that there are a lot of documents council oversees that would benefit from that treatment. We're going to talk about some of them later. But things like this have a tendency to calcify. People get attached to the way things are for all sorts of reasons, and especially once staff salaries have changed or new staff have been hired, it can be very hard to revise that in a different direction. So I'm a little hesitant to sign off on this if we're not 100% happy with what we're looking at. And then I have a question for you as well. I assume you've already convinced your members that this agreement is to the benefit of them and their businesses. But for business owners who are not chamber members, what reassurance would you give them that you're looking after their interests when using city money as well?
Okay, I want to make a comment on your first statement. These numbers are not set in stone. This is just kind of a general overview. So even the salaries, it's a living budget as well. So, but those can be presented to you. Your next question, to answer your next question, is we're going to keep them separate. So we have the hot funds would be in a separate account, and all of the businesses that have anything to do with tourism will be promoted on the Castroville TX social media accounts. Only our members will be promoted on our chamber accounts. So it's going to be completely separate.
I'm glad to hear that.
Any other discussion? Okay.
Well, I guess in your question to David, this has been voted on and approved by your membership.
By our membership or our board?
Or both, yeah. I would assume that this would go before your membership.
I'm gonna remind you to use your microphone, please.
Sorry, Mr. Dixon. Yeah, David asked about membership and board, but have you, thank you. This has gone before the membership and the board, or just the board?
Just the board.
Okay. And the board would be authorized by your bylaws to approve stuff like this for the membership?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah, I kind of think Bob and David, or no, Bob, I should say, to me, there's still some loose ends to this that need to be worked out, which makes sense because it's something new for us, and we're both hesitant. You all are hesitant, we're hesitant. For instance, the additional $18,000, are you all like this? The staff now is at 30 hours a month, and you guys are going to go to 40 hours a month, or is it an extra 2 hours a week, or what is it?
No. So they're part-time. We discussed whether we wanted to go to 35 hours or full-time at 40 hours. We decided, since we're going to hire a marketing firm, that we would just keep them 35 hours at the max.
And what are they now?
They're at like 25 to 30 right now.
Okay.
So we didn't want to go up to 40 hours because that would include benefits too. And we're not sure how this is going to go. So we didn't want that extra expense.
Right. Makes sense.
Well, if you go over 30 hours on the average a week, you have to hit benefits.
You get 40
hours a week.
No, I thought it was theirs by government.
There's two rules federally. There's the weekly total, which you can exceed for a temporary employee, but then they can't work over a certain number of hours in a 12-month period.
Right.
So they have to abide to keep people below the threshold where you must supply benefits. There's two kind of caveats. One is the weekly total, and then the other is the annual total number of hours.
27.
So when you're doing events, that's really important because you have some people who work. They may work 40 hours in a weekend, trying to get an event.
Yes.
Out, right. So
yes.
That's our library. The only reason I know anything about that really is because our library deals with that as a constant challenge.
I do have a question. So the numbers you gave us, this isn't set in stone. This is negotiable. This is just a place to start, correct?
Yes, this was our starting place. Yeah.
Okay. And then in that process, I'll ask our Mayor Pro Tem, and going forward, how would we go through this line by line? What would be the process to get it to where both sides are comfortable?
Well,
What is that process, other than this?
Well, I mean, we would have to sit there and look at because in here it's specifically, let me get back to the page it was on. It said that they would present us with a, line by line, basically to review all the expenses and everything that this money has applied to
Right.
every year before we approve the next year's funding. So
Years ago,
also a line in there about quarterly, presenting quarterly, because that's required by the state.
Right.
Years ago, they would come before us, and the chamber would provide a line-by-line itemized budget on what they were doing, what they had spent.
With the hot funds.
Yes, sir. And most of it was advertising, so that they could show that they had promoted, the city itself. I just wanted to say that the Steinbach House does promote. When they come in, they do the restaurants and that type of thing, because they come in on weekends most of the time. We're there from Wednesday to Sunday, but people do come along. And I'm sure she's sent them to the chamber too if there's other items. We have several brochures. I'm on the Texas Trails board, and so in talking with that, I'll talk with you too on what we already have advertisements in, because we do that across the state. And then also, this is the only other thing, because I noticed your events. The Landmark Inn young lady is also part of the trails, and she was asking me about the Founders Day because she had started working with Darren Ham. And I said, well, since we're going to go in partners with y'all may want to put it on your list, because I'm not sure what they had already started for the Founders Day. Because I know that was something that we were trying to really promote and start up. So you may stick that in your list too.
Okay.
Yeah, you'll have more monies.
Yeah. Would it help council to read reference on page 5, paragraph 3.14? under annual report. It talks about the need for the financial annual reports. There's other paragraphs to deal with that. But the portion that Olivia is referring to is, it says that,
Quarterly report.
yeah, quarterly reports, now I'm trying to find, provide
Will be
progress updates. Yeah, a quarterly report will be provided to provide progress updates. Chambers will respond promptly to any request from city manager or designee for additional information relating to blah, blah, blah. So there is a minor mention of reporting, and then there's, earlier on page 3, there's a comment about the type of marketing and information that they're going to do in terms of success, reporting success with marketing. But there aren't specific, I think to Councilman Lee's concern, there's not really specific metrics that have been mentioned or contemplated in the contract.
Yeah, all it says is collect under that same area. It says collecting and reporting metrics on marketing activity. Sales mission developed in conjunction with the hotel owner's sales team to pre-identify and pre-qualify business appropriate meetings. Partnership development to create collaborative opportunities with local, private, public, and nonprofit sector entities. So it does make a mention of metrics. So,
But the
So-
motion is to enable the mayor to make the contract and they sign it. That's the motion.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. If y'all wanted to make an amendment, this is what Dan and I were discussing earlier, is if there were any changes to this, what we would just be looking for tonight in order to move this process forward and allow for approval tonight is give us the wording that you'd propose and where you'd like to see it. Or we could probably recommend to you where we would put it in the contract. But we would need to know what metrics specifically you want included, if that's something that's a concern for the majority of this body.
anybody? What, any particular
Yeah.
metrics?
Not on the fly. By the way, there is one other thing I've identified on page 4 of 9. You have a reference to something set forth in 1.2.b. There is no 1.2.b in this document, so there's a mistake there. I don't know what it should be, but it isn't that.
Yeah, the other thing, the mayor had a lot to go, has a lot to do with this initiative. I guess I feel a little uncomfortable in the fact that he's not here to give his words of
2
wisdom on
cents.
this.
You want to table it?
I know he's for it, but I don't know if he's for or against these changes. And again, council's going to change drastically in a month. And I guess I would feel more comfortable knowing it may be he's all in favor of this. I don't know. It may be there are some things he wants to change, but it would make sense to have him here before this.
Who you
decision.
about the mayor? I just know from personal commentary, he was ready to adopt it at the last meeting.
But not in this. This has been changed since last time.
I understand that.
So I don't know if he's in agreeable or disagreement with.
Well, the changes that you're looking at have been approved by the mayor because that was something he checked before we ever put this on the agenda. He wanted to ensure that Dan and I had made the changes that were discussed by council and right. While he was in the meeting, Dan made those changes. So I know the mayor's he's fine with this current.
So we went to it because I know the one change it went to 2 years, so it's not an automatic renewal. This is a set in stone 2-year contract, and it will be renewed in 2 years.
It's 1 year.
One year.
1 year.
Oh, I thought I read. So
It's 1 year.
it's a
1
1
year.
year.
It's a year.
Stand corrected.
And then
And
review
that's the
quarterly.
idea is that each
So
year
reviewed
you would
quarterly.
renew it based on the results.
But it doesn't
based on the
automatically
budget.
renew.
No,
No.
because you've got to put.
You pick that out.
And then the whole thing about the $14,000 this year for landscaping, that has nothing to do with the future. So the whole budget will change for the next contract.
And that's not set in stone.
Right. If we need to sit down and go over this by line item, we can do that.
They can do
You
that.
can say no
With-
to anything.
Yes. Let's move on.
He's like a hot funds guru, and he would probably be really invaluable helping, with metrics and all of that.
Okay.
Scott Joslow. He's the ambassador, if you will, for the Hotel Motel Association.
Okay.
Let's just make the motion. We can negotiate
He
this.
works for.
Okay.
Okay, excuse me. going back to term, the term says shall conduct an annual review on or before March 1st for the next 2 years. And only, okay, the term of this agreement shall commence on March 24th, and the city and the chamber shall conduct an annual review on or before March 1st, for the next 2 years. So what does that mean? Is that a 2-year contract or a 1-year contract? Is there a typo in there?
No, that is gonna be for 2 years.
But I was just told this is a 1-year contract and then
It's
it
supposed to
renews.
be.
So is it a 1-year contract or a 2-year contract?
Well, it's gonna start, if you pass it today, March 24th, it's gonna start today, and then it's gonna come up for review again, an annual review before March 1st. So
For the
it's
next
not
2
4
years?
Yeah, so it's basically a year and.
So it's a
It
2-year
reviews every
contract.
year, but then a 2-year renewal.
Full year. It's only one full
It's
year.
1 month shy of,
It's 101 weeks.
it's
Thank
1
you.
month shy of 2
Exactly.
years.
Yes.
Okay. Now I understand. Yeah, because I thought I kept reading it's 2 years. And now yes.
Also, in the contract, it does say, it talks about Exhibit A as the budget, so y'all would have to approve.
The budget, and we can negotiate that. I think we're getting hung up.
Okay. All right. Make a motion.
I make a motion.
Hey, wait a minute, are you gonna change anything to the contract? You're gonna let me know.
No, I'm not. Well, not to the contract. I'm gonna read the motion here.
Okay.
Right.
If you do that, then you agree with all the language.
Well, we have time to fix that. This is not where it's not broken in my opinion.
Okay.
But if you guys
Bring it
don't,
back and re-enter and negotiate it.
it's a negotiation ongoing.
This
Is my
just to
point.
Get you started.
Yes. So I'd make a motion authorizing Mayor Alexander to sign a contract for tourism and economic development activities with the Castroville Area Chamber of Commerce.
Is there a second?
Looks like I'm shut down.
Okay, going once, going twice. Okay, no second. Any other motions?
I do want to point out that although you're acting in the role of the mayor, you are allowed to second motions in this.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you do
But
that.
don't
Maybe
say
you did or
it.
didn't, but you can do that because you're still a voting member of the council.
Okay.
I just make sure you're aware of that.
Okay.
I would make, I think I think the thing that worries Bob and me, and I don't know about David, but I think this needs a little bit cleaning up. And I guess it would make sense to clean it up before we vote on it. So maybe before the next meeting, no new presentation, but if the mayor and Houston, who is the liaison with the council to the chamber, if they could work with the parties to clean up the language, I think it would go easier.
But I'm gonna defend them because I often am in that role instead of Houston and the mayor, which is, well, it'd be really nice if staff cleaned this up. And I'm like, okay, great. How? What do you want me to clean up? So I would the only
Specifically.
Yeah, the caveat would, if you're gonna do, if that's kind of the direction tonight of this council, the whole council, then please do your mayor and Houston a favor and give them some specifics about what you're looking for.
To help you clean up the issues that Bob brought up, which I think were valid issues. There's a number in there that's not supposed to be in there, right?
Accountability.
Do what?
Accountability is what Bob, but
Well, I was talking about where he was
If
referring.
only he were in
There's
the
a
meeting.
mistake.
And
There's
he
a
could speak
mistake
for
on page
himself.
4.
I said, if only he were in the meeting and he
Oh,
could
let me
speak for
wake up
himself.
here just for a minute. I think we all want to do this contract with you, but we've learned it's better to have the words in the contract versus assumptions about what might be in the contract. And so I think if 2 weeks, no big deal. We have some performance measurements in here during the reviews, so you know what you spent the money on and what the results is and how it benefited the city. That's all that I'm looking for.
David, beginning?
Well, so I was going to say that I think some of the key metrics that Darren Ham would usually bring to us was like sales tax growth relative to surrounding areas, where visitors are coming from. And I don't know, did he do like site clicks, site views?
Yeah, he gave social media impacts, number of impressions. Typically, your marketing firm can give you that
Right.
typical set, if you will. The things that he did outside of that were the ones we touched on earlier, which was really the event oriented sales tax results. Right.
So like you would have, we'll use Fiorella Friday. It has a bunch of metrics underneath that event that run first of the month. There should be 12 of those. And then you could see the index that's going up is what Darren had. If you had, remember those, did you see those charts? They're pretty cool.
I don't remember them necessarily being event specific, but I remember him showing like
He would
sales
overlay
tax growth in
Fiorella.
Castroville versus other
Right.
nearby towns.
So the timestamp would show you where Fiorella hit.
Oh, okay, and then on there it was marked.
Yes.
Okay. So
I mean, like that chart was always the one that was most informative to me. Was
Agreed.
the sales tax over time relative to surrounding areas.
And just for
If
my-
that one was in there, that would be the thing I'd be most interested in seeing.
Okay.
Although, given the fact that we're using hot funds, maybe also a hotel stays
Agreed.
on any given month.
And that's the hotel stays that I believe are credit card data. We got to buy that, right?
We would have to look that up.
Okay.
That's that revenue, total revenue can be measured publicly.
Okay. You got any?
Thank you, Pete.
I guess, as we talked earlier, this proposed budget is for the first year.
Mhm.
So the second year, because so somehow I think it needs to be reflected the first year, and then after that, it'll be revised, because the $15,000, I'm still funny about spending city funds to fix up a building that doesn't belong to the city. But I also realize that it's going to be a visitor center, but it's already a visitor center. But that's really for, if nobody else has a hang up on that, then I'm willing to go with the others. But I do have a hang up on that.
Okay. So the general consensus sounds like we're going to table this until the 14th of April. That way the verbiage can get cleaned up with the metrics and everything, and then bring it back for us to do the official vote? Or do we want to
You have
direct?
you have two options. You can approve it with basically
With the
amendments,
amendments?
as discussed, but like, I still haven't heard the clarity of what that is. I don't know if maybe you
I
did.
took notes.
Maybe you did, and maybe you could repeat those and say this is what the changes would entail. And assuming the mayor and Houston are good with whatever changes y'all come up with, as long as they fall within those categories, then y'all would approve the contract. I think you have a couple of options. Dan
Okay.
can maybe lay those out for you.
What do you recommend, Dan?
Well, until you know exactly what you want, and do we know? Can we say tonight we know exactly what we want? Yes or no?
I'm seeing a lot of people shaking their.
It needs to be
Then,
thought through, printed out.
then I would hold off, and then Councilman Marshman, if you will send me your thoughts, email me, and then I will put them in here, and then I'll send them to Scott.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So that's what we're going to
we'll
do.
And you do the same.
Okay.
Definitely. And then it's clean, it's straightforward, because the problem is we don't want to get to, well, we got those three, but we didn't get the third and the fourth.
Gotcha.
I did hear 1 year. Was there
Yeah.
kind of a consensus on making this a 1 year instead of whatever it says?
And I just changed it to 1 year.
With
going
with
to
with
March
it being
1.
our first go around, I think
Yeah.
that would be
And I just
behoove of
changed
us to do 1 year.
Yeah.
That way we all learn from our first year, and then we can build from that.
Any objections to that?
So April to April?
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to go April to April? Yeah, we'll go. That's what we'll do.
Okay.
We can do that.
All right. All right.
It's when budgets are being done anyway. April, May.
All
righty.
April 30th.
All right. Well, thank you very much. All right. So now we're on to 7C, presentation from Parks and Recreation Director Jonah Chang on recommendations from the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board for the new pool bathhouse. I'm also going to open up item 9H, discussion appropriate action to establish proposed scope of the regional park pool, bath, and shower building. All right, Jonah.
Good evening, council. I'm going to try to make this short and sweet. I'd like to see if we can just start off with any questions. Does anybody have any questions on what was in the packet? I don't have any changes to the presentation.
What's the dollar amount for option 2?
We do not have a final dollar amount for option 2. You council have approved a $205,000 budget. I have shared that with both Frontera and LPA, the current contractor and design firm that's working on the community center. So they are aware of that budget and they're working on with those numbers as of today, whenever we were doing our OAC meeting.
And that, I guess when we get to budget, I understand we don't have a breakout of what those costs would be. And here's what walls are going to cost. We just don't have that. But as you just heard Jonas say, we've communicated what the budget is, and you've already kind of told us this is the amounts approved. So we will come to you and tell you whether we're going to do our best to meet that budget with this design. And that may mean some value engineering. It may mean that they don't have warm water, right? Because one of the goals is heated water, but there'll be other trade-offs that we'll bring to you and say, hey, this is how we stay under budget, and this is what it would take to have these additional things, whether it's heated in cooled areas or electric in the areas or hot water or what have you. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Anybody else have questions?
Absolutely.
Go for it.
Since I'm the guy that pushed this up to council last year, and I did talk to the mayor about this, emailed the mayor about this, and it's in your package about a proposal made to have a place to store cleaning equipment and supplies and paper products that you're going to need for the bathrooms and stuff, because it's not addressed in here whatsoever. It's not going to just sit on the floor. It's got to be somewhere. Mm-hmm. And so I had mentioned something about a utility room with a water heater. The mayor mentioned we could use the electric point of use heaters. You wouldn't need as many as there are sinks because some could be shared based on location. But that would mean during construction, you got to take into account the electricity requirements for that.
Correct.
If I have the choice of showering in a unheated or a heated shower, guess which one I'm going to pick?
Cold water.
Yeah, I did that for a year. No, thank you. In the shower. Well, anyway, we want to encourage people for hygiene purposes to use the showers.
Understood.
Okay. And if it's uncomfortable, there's a good possibility I will avoid it. I don't want people to avoid it. The mayor was okay with increasing the budget to pay for the point of use heaters. And we can get by with the storage stuff with cabinets suitable to hold, mops, brooms, cleaning chemicals, yes, paper towels, and all that kind of stuff, probably in that one large handicapped room, and you don't have to add anything additional to the building itself. So
sure,
I'm good with this as long as we have some point of use heaters put in for the showers and the sinks.
And we're gonna have electric run over there anyway, because the way the original building was scoped, it's gonna have some exhaust fans to draw out that heat. So we're already gonna have electric there. I don't see why we couldn't put some type of instant heater or water heater.
Well,
correct. That's the biggest thing, is just trying to keep with the budget.
And I stood in front of you up there. I said, this is an estimate. We may have to make adjustments.
Yes.
Same with the library. Everybody kind of nodded their head except you four. Just I nodded my head. Anyway,
so what is our budget?
We don't.
205.
We approved 205.
We approved 205, but stated over and over and over, it may be something different than that. We need to replace what we took away. And
right,
so
we will do our best to stay within the 205.
Okay.
And we will bring to you the value engineered items that keep us to that budget, whatever those may be. But do our best to provide all the things.
Bring us both options, value engineered plus doing it so it matches. The exterior matches, the top part matches, and it's a good fit for the facility.
Okay.
I don't want to value engineer and say, what the hell did I do that for? 2 years down the road, that was dumb as dirt. So give us the options.
So last council meeting, you guys wanted me to come back. Council wanted me to come back with two options: the original and then the new updated floor plan. So do we want
Councilman King
four options where we're doing the updated floor plan? What it's going to cost to do it?
No.
No.
What I'm asking though, Jonah, because what we do need to know is it which floor plan is it that you want us to pursue?
Correct. That's
the second
really
one that was recommended by Parks.
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
We believe that to be the consensus, but there was, I believe Councilman King was one to say, well, no, we have a design. I'd like to know what the cost is on that design. Anyway, the issue is.
Bring the second one in for the 205,000. Go for it.
Right. That's what we're going to try to do. And that's what we communicated to the Frontera group today.
Yeah, if you can get the bigger one for the 205,000, go for it.
Right.
In my
Okay.
opinion.
Great.
I think we all agree with you.
So
You
the
just
second
bring us the numbers and also for the heaters. And you can
Yeah,
determine.
we're going to try to include heaters, but I just want
I
again,
won't
want
vote
to. I'll
for it if
give
we
you
don't got
options. If we
heaters,
have
I'm
to,
not
if we get
voting
down the
for it.
road, we have to do some value engineering. We will tell you what that looks like.
We were going to
and
spend
what-
$80,000 to have somebody sit and tell people how to look at some documents. We can put money in for heaters that'll last us from now on.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about using our HPO to run
We're
a
getting
meeting.
off topic. Come on
I'm
now.
talking about I'm talking about wisely spending
Yeah,
money.
we are
Okay,
going
okay.
to get back to this 205,000.
Wisely spending money.
Because we're going to have electricity in the building with lights. And
Correct.
so the only thing we're talking about is $1,000 to throw in a hot water heater,
Correct.
as Bob suggested.
Well, each.
I'm just
He's
looking
thinking
at,
point of use.
It's
You
We-
need about
And the
5 of them.
electric ones don't work
we
very
have the cushion. Whenever we did the CIP, we knew there was going to be a chance because cost for anything, who knows what, with all the fluctuation and everything. I think for council, one of the big things is giving us a heads up in advance. That way we can go to citizens and say, hey, we want to do this. That way we have the hot water for you and the heated rooms and stuff like that. Instead of just, hey, we're just going to spend it on this. That's what I'm looking at.
Mhm.
That way we can justify to the citizens, say, hey, this is why we upped it for this, this, and this. So that's what I was looking at.
I appreciate that. I think, and that's what we'll strive to do. I also wanted to clarify that because in my absence at the last meeting, both with this item and City Hall and the library, there was kind of discussion about needing to go out for bid. And when we get to those items, I'll clarify this further. But the fact of the matter is, you already have a design build on contract for both the library and City Hall. So there is no going out for bid. You've already got them. We just need to tell them how much they can spend and what we want them to do. With this, you already have a contract in place that you've approved. There was an ad alternate, 2 of them. One of them was bathrooms. We elected not to fund that, but you do not have to go out for bid. You already have the contract. This would just be done under a change order. You might have already stated that, Jonah, but it doesn't hurt repeating.
Yes.
So
No.
just
That
make sure y'all understand that.
that is an option, and that's where we would try to go instead of going out to bid, just to try to get that timeline
Speed
moving
things
quicker.
along.
That
Okay.
exactly, because we understand we want to get these things moving.
Okay. Houston?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I make a motion that the city council accept the updated floor plan, option 2, recommended by Parks and Rec Advisory Board, and authorize staff to move forward with the project as discussed.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
So what does that mean for heaters?
We're going to try to
We're
get
gonna-
heaters, Bob.
we're gonna-
We're going to do our best.
We're gonna try to put-
say,
If we can't get them, we'll let you know, and you'll fund us extra money to get them. I mean, that's
okay. I'm not happy, but I'm happy.
okay.
Any other further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's approved. Thank you, Jonah.
Thank you.
All right, on to city council liaison reports. All right, first one is mine for the airport board. Airport board met on the 3rd of March. We talked about fuel pricing. There's no change in pricing since we are on the positive side, but they're carefully watching it on the cost since it's fluctuating. There is possibly a new fuel contract, but see no reason to change the provider at this time. Pending airport activities. So the airport appraisal is going to be taking place for the appraisal of the property and everything. But the city did receive a letter from the FAA regarding the 18 acres that make up the baseball fields. Based off of what's in this letter, this is going to be an item that'll be on the 14th of April's agenda. because the FAA delineates certain rules we got to follow regarding the baseball field. But like I said, that'll be on the 14th of April meeting. I already verified that with the mayor. The fuel farm was serviced. The annual service was done. Courtesy car policy was approved. Everybody's thrilled about it. They just renewed the license for the radio for the AWAS system out there. We are, for the hangar proposal, they're waiting on the service level agreement with Pape Dawson to finish up, and then they're going to be coming in and helping with that. Chapter 18 ordinance, everybody's working on getting their inputs, and they're going to give it to Mike. And I know Mike is, once he gets that, he'll consolidate it down and start talking with the city attorney and everything to make sure we're all in line on that. Pete and John Clarner will be attending the Tech Stock Conference 31st of March to the 2nd of April. And then John, who's the president, also gave the reminder that if your seat is up in June, please let him know if they plan on renewing your position on the board or not. And June 12th at 9 a.m., Texas dedication. There will be a state historical marker dedication unveiling on the 12th of June at 9 a.m. out at the airport. The Young Eagles will be out at the airport the 28th of March, and that's it. All right, Bob, you're up. Library board.
Yes, we had another great meeting of the library board on the second Thursday of the month. Under citizens' comments, Lauren Cortez, everybody remember who she was? She was the past chair of the library board, a very dynamic person, like 5 Energizer bunnies all rolled into one. Anyway, she had just a few days before got an opportunity for a grant to look at community needs involving the library. And it would be a bit of research, and the product was all good for us. She needed an endorsement from the library board, and I told her that because there was funds involved, not our funds, but from the other side, that the library board couldn't do that unless it went to council first to agree to it. But possibly the library director could work with her to get some kind of endorsement from the city to pursue that and or do it a little bit later. So I'm not exactly sure how that went, if she did or not. But I hope that it worked out for her, because it was definitely to our benefit. I briefed them on the council had approved the expansion of the library. A comment came up from Ms. Biediger there that did we have public input on this? And I had to admit that I was thinking that we had, because we had the contract design bill folks were over talking and looking and measuring, and it's been circulating for a while, but I couldn't tell her that we specifically had done that. And so I said it was a good point, and I basically turned that issue over to the mayor than others, and we kind of decided that if we could give a picture of the design, exterior and interior, to be reviewed by the library at their next meeting, which is on their agenda, and request that the Friends of the Library also review the material. And I talked to Ms. Hogue there, then we would take those inputs and bring them back to council for the meeting on the 14th. And I have an item on the agenda to give that tasking to the library board. We'll get to it later. And then they went over some other things they've been working on, strategic plan and so forth. That's it.
Phil?
The Historic Landmark Commission did meet on March 17th. Several certificate of appropriateness were voted on and approved. Also, they discussed, the board discussed and asked Selena, to the Historic Preservation Officer, to return to them the kind of the consensus of the meeting that they had, that City Council authorized them to have. So they're going to review that at their next meeting and then submit a request of City Council how to move forward.
Okay. David, Parks and Rec?
So the Parks Board met for their regular called meeting on the third Wednesday of this month. They discussed the pool house, but did not take action on it. They recommended, the board made a recommendation that council form a committee to explore land and funding options for a youth sports complex or new regional park. And towards the end of the meeting, because of the difficulty they've been having with getting stuff onto a council agenda and back, takes about 6 weeks because of where their meeting is right now. They voted to move their regularly scheduled meeting from the third Wednesday of the month to the first Wednesday of the month.
Okay. Alrighty. And I see. What?
Related to what David said, if they approve something on the first Wednesday of the month,
I
be-
told them that I think
Yeah.
that's going to be about the same problem, but
Yeah.
they thought it would be better.
Okay.
All
Because
right.
the agenda's already.
And that is
Yeah.
their decision.
All right. Houston, I see your meeting's tomorrow.
Yes,
Okay.
I'll let you know.
All right. Is that everything? All right. Let's jump in. Item 9C. Chief. Traffic calming studies. This is discuss, take appropriate action to adopt an ordinance authorizing the installation of stop signs at the intersections of Gentiles and Athens, 4-way, London and Fiorella, 4-way, and Country Village and Village Path, 3-way. All right, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. You sound better with two mics, sir.
What?
You sound better with two mics.
Oh, thank you.
We had previously discussed this and went through some of the options and everything else. And I worked with the city attorney and got the ordinances. Apparently, I made a mistake and changed one of the directions on the ordinance, but we can get that squared away and cleaned up. You have any questions?
Did I have it right?
You had it right.
I had it right. I had it right. Because I sent him an email saying, Chief, double check. I don't think I have these right. So they were-
It's a directional thing. That's
Okay.
all. That's all it is.
Okay. All right. We got any discussion or questions?
Can I make a motion?
So do we have a corrected one for the stop signs in his area?
They're the corrected on his area. We just need to change one of the directions once the ordinance is signed, prior to the ordinance. I need to verify that. I was just made aware of it tonight that maybe one of the directions was changed. It's wrong.
Why don't
So
you bring it up and read it?
I have it up.
Okay, I mean, nothing was passed out on the reworked wording.
Yeah,
I just learned tonight.
He's not saying there has been reworded. He's saying we will double check it, and before the ordinance is signed, we will ensure that the wording is accurate. I think
On
I mean,
direction.
I live on the corner of that intersection. I can tell you that the wording in the packet is wrong.
Right.
The
Right.
wording is wrong.
The wording is wrong. It says Country Lane southbound and Village Path
So if you
eastbound.
make a motion to approve it and correct it in what you say, then. we can
I
vote
would
on
be
that.
open to that.
Let's
Yeah.
do that.
Go
Okay.
for it. No, David wants.
And I apologize for that.
Not to say you're open to that, but I'm saying I would be open to that.
It's one more than anyone have the right word. There's also another typo in there.
David, you want to make a motion?
Well, do we want to do the three ordinances in separate motions? Because
No.
otherwise I will be making a motion for the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, no, that's,
You need to open all three of them,
okay.
right?
Well, it's one agenda
Well,
item.
no,
Oh, it
Yeah,
is
it's only
agenda.
one,
Oh, then
yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
It's one agenda.
And I read the whole
Yes,
thing, yeah.
you may.
All you have to do is read this paragraph right here.
Yeah, yeah. Or right here, recommend motion.
So we just need to have. the-
Approve staff to proceed with
We'll
creation.
figure it out. Chief will tell me what.
Forgive me. Usually when we're adopting an ordinance, we read the bold at the top of the
We do, and
ordinance
we're supposed to.
as our motion, right?
Yes, we do.
All right,
So if we want to do all the three ordinances, I have to read the three big blocks of,
Yes.
yes. All
okay.
I'm sorry if we
I can do that.
misled you.
Just, okay.
Thank you.
right. All right, let's go.
All right. I move to adopt an ordinance of the City of Castroville City Council creating a four-way stop intersection at the intersection of Fiorella Street and London Street, adding 2 stop signs on Fiorella Street northbound and southbound in the City of Castroville, authorize the placement and maintenance of traffic control devices at said intersection, prohibiting the disobedience of said traffic control device, establishing a penalty of not more than $200 per violation, providing for severability, establishing an effective date, and providing for publication. And an ordinance of the City of Castroville City Council creating a three-way stop intersection at the intersection of Country Lane and Village Path, adding one stop sign on Country Lane northbound and one stop sign on Village Path eastbound in the City of Castroville, authorizing the placement and maintenance of traffic control devices at said intersection, prohibiting the disobedience of said traffic control device, establishing a penalty for not more than $200 per violation, providing for severability, establishing an effective date, and providing for publication. And an ordinance of the City of Castroville City Council creating a four-way stop intersection at the intersection of Gentile Street and Athens Street, adding two stop signs on Gentile Street eastbound and Gentile Street westbound in the City of Castroville, authorizing the placement and maintenance of traffic control devices at said intersection, prohibiting the disobedience of said traffic control device, establishing a penalty of not more than $200 per violation, providing for severability, establishing an effective date, and providing for publication.
And I second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I would just like to note that my motion corrected southbound to northbound on Country Lane in the
It
second.
was amending that ordinance.
Deborah, do we have to make an effective date in the?
No, because we have to publish it first, and it's effective after we publish it.
Okay.
Just give me an amendment.
What is wrong?
I want to see it in front.
I'm sorry, what
Let's
is?
vote.
There's some other, so you approve the ordinances, but within the ordinances, there are some directional errors where it says
Which chief?
westbound instead of eastbound or whatever. Yeah, it just,
And there's typos.
the descriptive is wrong and there may be some typos, so I'm not aware of, but
Okay.
this goes back, anyway, this goes back to the expectation about accuracy. This is one of the things that has been brought up. I'll just tell you, it's a real challenge to when you're reviewing this level of detail to ensure that it's accurate and trying to do it from one meeting to the next meeting, because it was requested these be brought up at the next meeting. And that's something that I've addressed with each of you is, you know, what's the real expectation there? Are we okay with kind of how the process is going, where we recognize errors as they come up and we make changes on the fly in the meeting? Or is the expectation that everything that comes to you be as accurate as humanly possible, in which case we would need to slow it down.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. So we got
We're
a
good.
motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Motion passed. All right.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right, now we're on to the FY 2025 Annual Financial Audit Presentation and Appropriate Action on Acceptance of the FY 2025 Annual Financial Audit. Hello again.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm here this evening to present the audit for the year ended September 30, 2025. Certainly, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have about the detailed report in your packet. But similar to last year, I have provided to you, hopefully loose there in your hard copies, you'll have a single page, yes, that is our audit highlights. And it gives a little bit better information as far as historical. And it also keeps you from having to flip a whole lot of pages between the audit report. So I'll be happy to pause and go through any questions you may have that may not be on this particular page, or just as I'm going through, please stop me if you have questions.
For the audit, I don't know if you're looking for it, but it's going to look like that. Are you looking for that document or are you looking for something else?
No, I'm good.
Okay, good. Okay. Just wanted to-
Under the overview section, you'll see that we did give a clean opinion. It's technically called an unmodified opinion, but that is essentially what that means, is that we were able to give an opinion on everything within the financial statements. We felt comfortable with the numbers. That being said, there were a significant number of adjustments that were made as part of our audit. Most of these adjustments we feel like are very routine for a city staff of this size. A lot of it too has to do with the fact that your utility funds as well as your airport fund are proprietary funds, and therefore they have a different accounting treatment than what general governmental funds would have. And so that's where a lot of the nature of some of our adjustments come in. Any significant adjustments that we have are always detailed for you, or they're described in the letter that we provide to you as part of our communication. That being said, we had no material or significant findings, nor did we have any other written findings or recommendations at this time. Finally, under the overview, you'll see that we did have to perform a single audit this year, and basically that's a compliance audit because your federal funds did exceed the new higher threshold of $1 million. Used to be a threshold of $750,000. Y'all exceeded it by $56,000 this year with the higher threshold. So what that meant is that in addition to the financial statement audit, we also did perform a compliance audit. The program that was selected for testing obviously was no surprise. It was the USDA grant related to the community center, since that was your largest federal grant that you had this year. So a lot of that information is also detailed in the report. It's towards the back in the compliance section of your audit. Any questions so far? Okay. Then just going over some of these numbers, the general fund, you'll see there for most of these funds, what we've got here, of course, is going to be your 3 most recent years, as well as for the general fund, we've also added your budget there to the far right. So you'll notice that your total revenue under the general fund did continue to go up, as you can see it's been doing over the last 3-year trend. The primary reason this year for the increase is because of that USDA grant. And so that ended up being, after all adjustments and accruals, ended up being about $846,000 worth of federal funds that came in. That's also the large reason too why you exceeded your budget, as those grant funds were not necessarily budgeted. Part of that, I think, is because the city was tracking a separate fund for those particular dollars, but because of the nature of that separate fund, we're required in our audit to roll it up and still call it kind of general fund 2.0, if you will. So that's why it is still in here, even though it was technically internally tracked in a separate fund. Another reason for the increase from the prior year, as well as it exceeded your budget, was related to your court fines. There was a pretty large increase in your revenue there as well. Your expenditures also increased from the previous year, and again are also trending upward. A lot of that, though, similar to the revenues, was related to the community center expenditures that you incurred. So certainly you had the $846,000 that were reimbursed by the grant funds. You also had about $260,000 that was part of the city's portion that was being matched in this fiscal year. And so even though the city's portion was budgeted for, the grant portion was not budgeted for in the general fund. So that's another reason why your expenditures would have exceeded the budget in that particular line. However, all of your other departmental expenditures had such a nice cushion in their budget, and your actual costs fell below those budgeted numbers. So overall, your general fund was less than total budget, even though the portion of your expenditures reimbursed by grant funds technically by itself did exceed the budget.
Are we going to ask questions at the end?
I'm free if you'd like to ask questions.
No,
along the way,
I was just
either way.
asking what you wanted to do.
If you have questions, yeah, go ahead.
In the general fund, we jumped like 1.1 million.
Yes, sir.
What was the cause of that?
Well, again, $846,000 of it
Was
is the grant funds that you received.
Okay.
Yes, sir. In addition to that, you also received some additional other grant funds that you had not been receiving either. In the general fund specifically, you also had a PD federal grant of the Stone Garden. So that was about $61,000, I believe. So several different grants were causing some of those increases.
Okay.
But great question. Some of the other reasons for your increase in expenditures from one year to the next, but again fell within your budget, were related to payroll and engineering. Specifically in payroll, there was a lot also added as far as, in addition to the 3% COLA that was given to staff, there was also additional personnel, specifically in the court department, which is why it's the only other department that by itself did exceed budget. But again, those revenues were also coming in over budget. It sort of had an offsetting effect.
And that's that 600 swing, more or less 600K in general fund swing in expenses, generally.
Trying to follow where you're going. So your expenditures did go up quite a bit, but yeah.
By 600,000.
And so then you'll see you also have some other sources and uses. That's primarily the transfers that are coming into the general fund, largely from the utility fund, but there's also additional funds that come in from other funds as well. And so we also detail notes to your audit report. So that left you with your overall change in fund balance in the general fund of a reduction by just shy of 82,000. Again, compared to what your budgeted decline in fund balance was going to be 1.1 million, very healthy change considering your expectations. That left you with a total ending fund balance in the general fund of 4.5 million. However, that 4.5 million does have some restrictions as well as some assigned fund balance, primarily for City Hall. But there's also some restrictions related to the remaining portion of the city's match to the grant, as well as for the TERS number 1 and TERS number 2. So when we take all of those pieces out in your audit report, you'll see the unassigned portion of your general fund was closer to 3.8 million. So even though I show you here that you've got a number of months in your fund balance of 9.7 months, if you really look at only what's available for general spending, it's closer to about 8 months worth of fund balance. Any other questions on the general fund?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. So then going on to your utility fund, you'll see here too, your revenues continue to go up. And that's not necessarily due to just utility billing. That is something that we're looking at as well as the fluctuations from year to year within your utility billing. But that revenue also includes your impact fees, net of any impact fees that are paid back to the developer related to the 380 agreement that the city has with Highway 90 partners. So even though you are paying some of those impact fees back to the developer, you'll see that that's another reason why your revenues are going up, is certainly as development is going in, those impact fees are increasing your revenues. Now, the impact fees are, of course, part of your restricted funds within your utility fund, but that is part of your revenues. You'll also see that your expenses were going up, and again, that's primarily related to personnel, again, that increase in salaries, as well as your depreciation. And of course, the depreciation is non-cash, but as the city continues to build in your capital assets, we recognize a portion of that each year called depreciation expense, not cash out the door. It was cash out the door when those improvements were purchased or additions to your capital assets were purchased. And so, but that depreciation is going to continue to go up as your assets continue to increase as well. I also want to point out that you'll see you also have non-operating revenue and expenses, and normally this has been a decline into the total change in your net position, but this year it was quite a large increase. And what that came from was, in addition to the impact fees and the other revenues that you had in your utility fund, there was also a couple of agreements made that gave guaranteed capacity to the Kingfish Flat Creek development. And those guaranteed capacity payments are represented here as being non-operating revenue. And so even though typically you would see a decline because that's essentially your net interest income versus your interest expense that you pay on your debt, this year about 1.2 million changed that to create a fairly large increase in your non-operating revenue. So that left you with a complete change in your utility funds, and this is all utility funds. I should have pointed that out. So that's your regular utility billing, water acquisition, impact fees, even your utility capital projects. Your overall change in net position was just shy of 1.5 million. Again, 1.2 million of that was that one-time payment coming in.
Wow.
And part of that payment was a non-cash transaction. It was part of an agreement with the city for some land purchase in exchange for some guaranteed capacity. So
That was Flat Creek.
Correct, right. So that wasn't necessarily all cash received, but the majority of it was cash in.
So we're not broke.
And because the utility funds do have so much in them, considering like the debt related to it, as well as the restricted funds, in addition to showing you your ending net position, I've also added what's called working capital, which basically just means if you took your current assets, not counting any of your restricted money, and you paid off all your current liabilities, where, would you have enough funds to be able to do so? And you do by about 5.4 million. So that's what that working capital represents. Basically, very healthy position. Any questions on the utility fund? Okay.
I do have questions, but I can also wait until the whole.
Oh, okay. Okay. I promise I'm wrapping up as quick as I can. Within the airport fund, pretty steady overall here. You'll see that there was increases in the revenue and expenses. A lot of this was related to the fuel sales as well as to the fuel purchases. Also, another reason for the increase in the expenses was also related to your personnel. Overall, you'll see that the total change in net position does show a net loss in the airport fund of $191,000. But I always like to point out that, again, because the airport fund is one of those proprietary funds, it includes the depreciation expense, which is non-cash. So if you remove that depreciation, especially considering a lot of the airport's assets are related to some of the contributions received from TxDOT over the years, then overall you would have had a cash increase of about $94,000 just removing depreciation alone. So
For budgetary purposes, when we go over budgets on an annual basis, we don't take into account depreciation. That would be one way, if we had the means, to set aside money for reinvestment in your capital infrastructure. But very, very, very few cities across Texas have the ability to take that annualized depreciation and actually set it aside. But we still have to record it because of all the reasons you just said.
Absolutely.
I had a couple of questions on the airport fund. That they may be actually, staff would have to answer them on. I'm looking at your booklet here on page 37. I see the interfund receivable and payable transfers, and the second one down says receivable general fund payable airport $212,434. Could someone fill me in on what that was?
Essentially, I want to make sure I'm on the right part.
I'm
You
gonna
said
ask
you're
about
under the
several in
receivable
that-
and the payable fund?
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So basically, that particular table that you see there on page 37 is a total that is due between the funds as of September 30. So in this case, a lot of times there may be payments coming in. Say, for instance, if for instance, the ramp grant money came in and was deposited in the general fund, that would just be in one particular example, where then the general fund would essentially owe that money over to the airport because of where that deposit came into.
Yeah, I know years ago we set all these up individually, so there would be zero mixing of funds. So we didn't no pool cash, but everything, because we got into big trouble with that at one time. So we separated all those accounts out, so there would be no misunderstanding about whose money was whose. And so, well, the staff can give me an answer on that one because I had several of them. There's other transfers from the airport to the utility fund and whatnot, but I'll let staff answer those for me. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And that pooled cash concept is something that I recall that we've had conversations even in the past about that, and kind of the reasoning for wanting to avoid it versus wanting to maybe implement it if that was ever something the city wanted to consider. It does not necessarily mean that it creates confusion. So I guess in this point alone right here, just because you have the separate bank accounts does not always mean that it goes to the original bank account that it's supposed to.
We do a lot of interfund transfers.
Yes, sir.
Almost daily.
Yes, sir. Yeah. And it certainly creates a lot of, all the different bank accounts creates a lot of bank reconciliations. There has been years in the past where I know the city didn't have a clean bank reconciliation, as far as there would be a lot of outstanding items that never got cleared off. Thankfully, your finance department now, though, is on top of that, and that's something we definitely watch for each year to make sure that it's not just something being recorded on the books, but isn't actually taking place at the bank. This just happens to be the amount of money that had not moved from one bank yet to another.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Then the last little section you'll see down there, I just wanted to give you sort of a historical fund balance on some of your other funds. Your governmental capital projects fund, that's going to be all your certificate of obligations that are specifically in governmental and general nature. So That 3.9 million that you see there at the end of September 30, 2025, mostly that would be, of course, the 2025 certificates of obligation that were issued right before year end. So that's actually 3.5 million of it. You still also had about 400,000 left over from the 2023 certificates of obligation. So that's basically where that, and that's part of why that number ticked up so large from 2024 was those new certificates issued. Under the drainage fund, you'll see that it's also got a pretty healthy amount, and that's primarily that 1.5 million that was issued in 2024 for those certificates of obligation, but that money had not really yet been spent as of September 30, 2025. And we would expect to see that, as I know I've already seen that y'all have had some drainage projects occurring. So I anticipate that fund balance will fall in future years. Your debt service, you'll see there is, of course, growing. There was no change, of course, to your property tax rate, but the split between the property, or between the maintenance and operation and your INS, that's going to impact, of course, what your fund balance is at year end. And so you can see there that that was growing over those years. But finally, your total special have remained fairly stable and pretty steady. And again, we've got a lot of more to that detail all in the back of the audit report. And with that, I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Anybody got any questions?
I did have some questions.
All right, David?
So you mentioned the total, sort of if we sold everything and paid off all our debt, what would be the position of the utility fund? Mm-hmm. About half of our water distribution lines are over 60 years into an anticipated 30-year lifespan. Do those show up as a depreciating asset, a fully depreciated asset, so like a zero, or a liability in that calculation?
Great question. Cannot answer it simply though, simply because there's going to be a lot of different aspects to that line. So certainly some things that were put into place, let's say 30 years ago, they may be nearly fully depreciated, although some of those, believe it or not, for accounting purposes, it can have a life up to 50 years. So even though it may have been 30 years ago, they may still not be fully depreciated. That being said, some things put into service 30 years ago that have a 30-year life would be close to fully depreciated. Obviously, a lot of the improvements that have been done more in recent years, clearly not yet fully depreciated. So that's where you would see basically your net capital assets on the actual statement of net position. That would give you hopefully a better picture. Do just want to add one clarification in case I misunderstood you, but when I was mentioning that working capital, that was simply just your current assets, not restricted money, paying off just current liabilities. So that would include this year's worth of your debt, but not all of your debt. If you really wanted to know what your actual net position would be, and that would be if you did liquidate everything and then paid off every bit of debt, that would actually be your ending net position. And so that's also there in green, but that's that almost 18.7 million.
So to analogize, we could be underwater on our mortgage, but still be able to make our payments this year.
Correct.
Thank you.
Not saying you are, but
No,
yes,
I'm
but
just
you're
like, that's
you're
kind
correct.
of what you're saying, right? Like
Yes.
this was looking at this year versus not the next 30, 50 years.
Right. And that working capital, again, the kind of the purpose of trying to provide that number for you all is because it does not take into account the capital assets, because for just that reason, it is kind of confusing as far as like where they're at in the depreciation cycle. They're also not really spendable funds. So that's the reason why I feel like in addition to seeing your net position, which really would kind of indicate where you're at on your mortgage, then that working capital is more of like your liquid, are you being able to pay for your current bills? And you clearly are.
Two things. One, you mentioned liability. I don't think you addressed liability, but the short answer is no, they don't. Once it's fully depreciated, unfortunately, there's not a liability line that all of a sudden shows up in your audit that says now you're liable to replace all of that. Correct. We know that. We convey that to you all in our plans and planning and talking about the state of our infrastructure. But from an auditing standpoint, from a financial standpoint, it doesn't show up anywhere. And so that's a real important thing to understand from a council perspective. The other thing is just understand, while I appreciate everything Kim's doing right now, none of this changes materially what staff presented to you all as far as available funds for your CIP. Those numbers we went through, Kim, with to make sure that what we're presenting you is accurate and reflected the up-to-date numbers from this audit. So I just want to be clear on that. She's going to talk about a lot of numbers like working capital and other things. If you go back and look at that other CIP presentation, those numbers we gave you are what we should rely on to make decisions.
Yes, sir, absolutely. And I do, that's a good point to bring up, is that we do, of course, obviously I'm here this evening presenting this audit report to you, but I worked very closely with Mr. Dixon and with Leroy as far as wanting to make sure that y'all got the most up-to-date numbers that we could. That's not to say we didn't have maybe an occasional adjustment or minor tweak after that presentation, but for the most part in whole, that presentation that you all had, I believe, what was that, last month and a half ago, somewhere in there?
Together. Yes.
Recently, then those would be post-audit adjustment numbers.
Okay. Anything else?
Nope, that's all.
Phil?
No.
I have one.
By the way, great service you all do. And you are so enthusiastic about it.
Well, I love it, but I will say with a lot of the projects that you all are doing right now, y'all definitely keep us hopping and keep us busy. And then with the single audit added on this year, I think I got to stay out here a little longer than normal. So
We'll have a single audit again next year, most likely.
I have one.
Okay.
So on page 41,
yes, sir.
and I'm just curious because USD loan, we had an addition of 46,000.
Yes, sir. I'm glad you brought that up, actually. Great observation. So on the USDA loan, that is related to your hangar project that was done out at the airport a couple years back. There was an availability of how much the total loan was going to be. The city didn't fully draw down all of those funds on the USDA loan at the time, simply partly because the city actually had pretty liquid cash on hand to be able to make most of those payments out. But the actual loan balance still showed an availability of that 46,000. That was drawn down this year so that now all the available funds allowed to the city were brought in cash, but will be paid back, of course, because it is a loan.
That was in July. I believe it was July when Jonah and I went to Seguin, to their office in Seguin, and we had the Come to Jesus meeting with USDA to talk about two projects. One, airport, which is hard to believe because it's like, geez, that was done a whole year ago, but we were still dealing with all the paperwork side of things. And that was also to put to rest whether we had this grant money or not. Remember, there was some grant money that was promised, and unfortunately we did not receive because of the USDA red tape, essentially. Anyway, so that's where that came from. At that meeting, we were able to compare all of our spreadsheets and actually say, okay, we're closing out this project. And that's how that got conveyed to the auditor as well. So,
Thank you. Very nice job. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How many years has it been now that you've been here?
6.
I believe 13.
Okay, we're gonna have 3 new council people up here this year. And I hope you spend another 13 years giving us excellent accounting results.
Well, thank you very much.
We'll be
It truly.
going out to bid. We do go out for professional services, whether it's banking or auditing or whatever, on a regular basis. And I believe this year is the year to go out for audit services.
I believe so.
So the new council will have the opportunity to review Kim and whoever else applies.
And to that point, I do just want to point out that it's been an honor to get to work with the city, and we hope to get to continue that relationship. Certainly over that course of time, we've certainly seen a lot of turnover within staff, so that's kept us on our toes as far as we don't ever want to get complacent. We don't want to, lose our subjectivity. But also to that point, we're required even on our end to make sure that we don't become too familiar or too friendly with the city. Therefore, I've also changed up my staff that I bring out here. I've had some consistency with one person for the last couple of years, but for the most part, I try to always mix things up. And we even actually do something as well where every year we will do something completely unpredictable. So even if Leroy was completely ready for us, we'd still come up with some new question or some new test that we've never done. So just to keep him on his toes too.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion to accept the audit.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? If none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. We'll take a 5-minute break at 7:59.
Thank you, Bob.
Hey, I don't want to be here all night.
Oh, but I do. That's why I'll vote no to adjourn.
It's probably wanting to go home. Her name's Reba.
Spicy chicken and hot coffee.
That's right.
All right.
Okay, I'm back home.
All right.
Mr.
I feel
Delonte, can you
obliged
please
to
sit
defend
down?
Houston that he's not here.
Go for it with Adam.
I tried.
All right. Reconvene at 8:09. Next item is going to be item E, which is discussion, take possible action to award a contract for design build services for the Garcia Creek Drainage Improvement Project.
No information was provided.
I tried.
Did you not get another piece?
No, I tried to tell her that you weren't here.
I knew he wasn't there.
He wanted
All right.
Okay. Good evening, Council. So this is the Garcia Creek Drainage Improvements Project. As y'all know, we went out for an RFP for design build services to do this project. The RFP opened, I believe, on January 20th, and then it closed, and opening date for the bids was March 2nd. As you can see in your packet, there were 4 construction groups that put in for this project. They range from 1.2 million to 4.9 million. As I hope y'all remember, the reason why we went out for design build services is because when Kay Freeze, our city engineer, provided us costs for this project, council thought the cost was too high. So that's why we thought, oh, if we go for design build services, then we'll be able to find something a little bit cheaper. Unfortunately, we did not find that. But I think that may have been due to, I don't know, I think there's some things that we can tweak in the RFQ, or I'm sorry, the RFP to hopefully go out for rebid and get some better numbers on this project. Some things that I thought may help is one aspect of the RFQ was to, at the end, to provide like hydraulic services to make sure that the flow going through that creek is what it's supposed to be doing at the end. We're only doing maintenance to the creek, so we thought, well, maybe that's something we could take out. And then another thing is be more clear about how, what's going to be the role of retaining the easements. If there needs to be easements for that project, then the city will be the one that provides those easements, that goes to the property owners and gets those. And I think if we are more clear about that, maybe that could be something that will reduce the cost. And then also add some language about providing a cost-effective solution, and that we're just looking to find something with value engineering. So with those things, staff's recommendation to y'all is to go ahead and reject the bids as y'all see now, and to go out for rebid, making these tweaks to the RFP. So let me know what y'all's thoughts are.
Yeah, so you have 2 options. You can accept the lowest bid tonight, which is $1.2 million.
Yes.
Or we can try our luck with going back out for bid, because the anticipated cost was less than $500,000. That's what we kind of thought we might be able to do for this type of project. And it's pretty clear that the groups that came back, looking at the spread, 4.7 to 1.2, really not over-engineering, but overthinking what we're looking for. So.
And another aspect to that is also maybe, sorry, not to cut you off, Scott, was to do a pre-bid meeting with the contractors. We didn't do this time around, but also provide a pre-bid meeting after it opens up, so we can sit down with the contractors that are interested and maybe talk through them with what the city envisions for that project being. So.
Yeah, if you remember council discussion, the mayor and I were both in agreement. We're not in agreement with a lot, but we're in agreement with this, that we thought that the estimates on this project were way over what, based on our experience, this thing should cost. And my feeling is that this should still cost substantially less. And I think if Brianna makes these suggestions that she has just voiced, I think it would, it didn't cost us anything a couple of months down the road, but it would be a drastic savings, substantial savings. So if you want to, I can make a motion to that we reject the bids and have public works.
Community development.
Huh?
Community development.
I'm sorry. I knew you weren't public works. So community development, reissue this design build bid out. That's my motion.
You already did it?
Yeah.
That was it?
That was it.
Are you sure?
I was
Yeah.
also lost.
I make a motion that council reject the bids submitted and reissue this design build bid with the recommendations that Brianna just has indicated.
Right. And then one thing I would say, when you come back, there will be a staff recommendation.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry. Scott told me to include it and I forgot to include that language on the agenda report, but yeah, I'll have some staff recommendation next time. Mhm.
I'll second that.
Okay,
It's your turn.
discussion?
Yeah, again, I understand what you want to do now, but there wasn't really anything to back any of this up as to how they made these interesting bids. And I'm just curious why the person you think should have bid around $500,000 didn't bid, or these people were somehow not understanding what we were asking for.
It was the concerns that you heard Brianna raise.
And so why didn't we cover those with them? And this is not our first rodeo.
Well, we got that input pretty much after the fact, right? So we did go back and talk to some folks about, well, why do we think we got the bids at the prices we got, and what could we do differently? And that's the net result of the recommendations that you heard Brianna make tonight. We feel like if we make those recommendations, we may, and emphasis on may, there's no guarantee here, but we may get better bids than we got this time around.
I guess
and one of the suggestions was have a mandatory, so we do field questions, right, and respond to them, and that's what result in addenda to the RFP. This time around, we would have a mandatory pre-bid meeting where those questions were discussed as a group.
Okay, I did have a question on project scope, and it's probably in here. It just eludes me. Is there not some work that needs to be done on the bridge itself?
Mm-hmm.
As a part of this scope, that's not, the scope of this project is not to do work on the bridge itself. It's to take care of the culverts and the drainage erosion underneath the bridge.
Well, that's part of the bridge.
Yeah.
The bridge and the culverts, the way they are built today, if you're going to look at it, that's not being touched. It's the support, the under support where it's been washed out.
Yeah, I remember
basically
the
all the
pictures.
erosion, the effects of the erosion.
Okay, let me ask it this way then. Are we going to need additional work done on that particular project area beyond what this particular project would do?
From the engineers that we've spoken to, or I believe our city engineer, the bridge is stable as it is right now. So that's not something that is within the scope of this project.
Okay, thank you.
These are the funds that were mentioned just a minute ago in the amount that have not been spent.
Let's spend them. Let's go to Acapulco.
And since this is my area, I just want to make sure we're not taking away, because that is just eroding quickly. And I want to make sure that we do it right and not just do a Band-Aid effect. So
Yeah, I agree. It will not be a Band-Aid. This will be a permanent fix.
that's why, so what we're going to go out for, this $500,000 that everybody's looking at, is not going to take away from the scope that we have here.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Correct. The scope is the same. It really is just the approach, right?
Okay. All right. Okay. So we have a motion. We got a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Go out for rebid. All right. All right. Item F. This is discussion, take appropriate action on change order number 2 for the Flat Creek Water Well Plant, Package 1, project with Hydro Resources in the amount of $599,631, and authorize the city administrator to execute the necessary documents.
Yes. This item has been brought up to the council before, and I had originally had it on consent, and it was moved to the items for discussion. Flat Creek had some available money based off the initial construction from Hydro, and they didn't have to do some of the work that they had originally planned, and left over some balances that we were able to capture and have this money to do these pumps and set them in place. So that's why we're looking for authorization to approve this change order.
Any questions, discussion, motion?
Can I make a motion?
Make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve change order number 2 for the Flat Creek Water Well Plant Package 1 project with Hydro Resources in the amount of $599,631 and authorize the city administrator to execute the necessary documents.
Have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Discussion?
Is there any consideration for the soft start or variable speeds on these?
Yes, we're having both, I believe.
Okay.
Right. That's on the.
Finally, I found somebody to buy into that.
Yes.
We
Okay.
are using them in our system today, sir.
You got any questions, David?
Yes. So just for the people at home, if they haven't been keeping careful track of this for the last 3 years, does this package create so this is putting the pump in before the elevated storage tank is done. Does this create any rework when we do put in the storage tank?
There will be some rework. We're trying to minimize that now as we're putting this in with the agreement, doing some review of what Black Creek, and now we're just got word there's possibility of Alsatian Oaks folks might be helping them with what they're trying to do for some work. So there might be some, yes to your question, some money is required from rework.
Okay. And then I think you just answered this, but will this connect to the broader city system at present?
To the Medina Valley system, will it?
Okay.
Well, not at present.
At present, like
Yeah.
right now,
This
there needs
little
to be more
investment is
areas
just-
developed before it eventually hooks into the broader system.
Yeah, this little investment is for the well site specifically, and only the well site. And we are, as you just heard, keeping an eye on these investments to ensure that we're doing as much as we can to make it compatible with the elevated storage tank. But there is a Flat Creek interim design, which y'all have been given as well, where Flat Creek, talking about now the developer, Kingfish, is making an investment in an interim solution until they get the elevated storage tank up. And when they make their tie-in, then this well will be tied in to the Medina Valley well. But this $599,000, all it really does is establish the items that you see in the change order, which is pump, some electrical, some fencing, I believe. Yeah, I don't have it memorized.
VFDs.
It's in your packet.
And you have to run power out there? We got to run power out there, right?
Not yet.
Not yet?
No,
But we do have to do that.
It will have to be run out there, and that's what Kingfish Flat Creek is going to be doing as part of their project, is to bring the power, because they have to have it for their design.
And then just sort of a last question: when it does connect to the broader system, what benefits will it provide to the rest of the city? It won't just be serving Flat Creek.
Right. We'll be able to.
Alsatian Oaks.
It'll be kind of like some redundancy, or if we have an issue over here, we can use some of that flow or that water from those wells and pumps, and vice versa. That's the overall goal.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, I had a question: how big of an area is this well site entail?
Acreage. Yeah.
It includes the sanitary control easement around the well, protected, as well as the area for the elevated future.
I just wondered, that's a pretty dang expensive fence. It's $68,000 for a chain link fence.
It's around the entire site. So
3 acres.
for security around the future plant site, the entire plant site.
Okay, so it's beyond just.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, it's not just a fence around the well.
It's for future expansion as well.
Okay. Yeah, just on the power piece of that, that would be solely dedicated to the well. And
It's going to be for for the well itself. Right.
good. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Just curious, because Houston asked this question, is that Castroville power or CPS power?
CPS power.
CPS power. That's what I thought. Okay.
Okay. Any further questions? All right. No further questions? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank y'all.
All right, next up is item G. Consider take appropriate action on seeking input on the city library expansion plans from the Library Advisory Board and the Friends of the Library Group before moving forward with city council approved project.
I'd like to make a motion.
All right.
I'd like to make a motion that the city council accept the updated floor plan option 2 recommendation by the Parks.
No.
Sorry,
We already did that.
No, G. We're on G.
Yeah, we're
I thought that's what I was
Don't
reading.
go
I was at my
backwards.
finger here.
No.
We did that like 2
Go
hours
ahead.
ago.
Go ahead.
I would like to make a motion that the city council approve the review and proposed library expansion and provide input to council for the 14th of April city council meeting. Meaning
Second.
direct the library advisory board to review the proposed library expansion and provide input to the council for 14 April city council meeting.
You want to do it a third time?
Yeah, you want to?
No. Second that.
All right. Any discussion?
all right. In the, oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was just going to ask. These options have been floating around for quite a while now, and so a while ago there were 2 options for the library. One involved like taking over the area that is currently the whole backyard or the side yard, and going to the front and side. And so
Don't let him distract you because you need to be in your.
Yeah, come on.
sorry. There were 2 possible floor plan changes presented many moons ago. And I thought that both of those were based on feedback from the library board.
No, those were
like 2 or 3 years ago.
No, I want to clarify. There have been discussions about programmatic needs with the library board. They put together a plan. I forget what they called it, but I think it was called PLAN. They had a group come in and develop some things. So they've had some input in that respect, but that was also the old board, and there's a new board. Much like there's kind of been changed in council, has been changed on the library board. So, so there's probably a need to refresh even that stuff that we got a couple of years ago. So that's number one. Number two, to be real clear and to ensure that no one's offended, we weren't. This is a process. What staff looked at first was what is possible and what is it going to cost. And what was possible at that building is where there were kind of 2 options. One was just do a minimal approach and follow the roof line. And that was the less expensive option. And the other was, let's go back and look at what are the needs of the library and how can we add bathrooms and how can we expand a break room and do some other things that came out of some of those earlier discussions. At the end of the day, what the council agreed to fund in the CIP was the lower amount of those 2 options, which was just let's follow the roof line. Now that we have established the scope of the project, the next step is, okay, what are we going to do with this now newly expanded roof line? What is that going to look like interior to the building programmatically? And understanding that cost estimate that we got, that $589,000, was not a completely remodel the inside, move walls, etc. It was literally, we're just going to move out those two sides. So we're limited on what we can accomplish in this project. But the other thing I was going to make you all aware of and just make sure we're clear on expectations is, as I mentioned earlier, you have a design build contractor, FPC, that you've already approved a contract with for this project. So part of that process is a needs analysis, is looking at space utilization, coming up with concepts, running those concepts through our staff, which they roll that up to the library board and share that with them. So we are going to be seeking that input, but I also want to be real clear, like if the expectation is we're going to start building in 2 months, that's not going to be feasible for a lot of reasons. Mainly because we have summer programs coming up, and that's a really busy time for our library. The best time of year to do this really will be in the fall. So we're going to take our time between now and the fall to ensure that we've got the right plans in place. They've been vetted, and I appreciate Councilman Lee's kind of taking what I understand were some arrows at the board meeting, because I do think maybe people got worried that we're moving really, really fast and we're just going to go and do this without getting input. The bottom line is the scope has already been set. And there wasn't an opportunity, council made it clear, for more money to do a much larger project. This was, we're going to extend the roof line. Let's do this. It'll give us more space. And we'll try to maximize that opportunity with our contractor that we have on staff, or already under contractor under contract.
Yeah.
Hopefully that helps.
Yeah, and as was pointed out to me with great clarity, is we are an advisory board, and we were not asked for any input. And so, in order to have them make an input, it's better for us to actually task them. They put it on their agenda. They give us something back by a particular date. We've requested that the Friends of the Library do the same at the same time, because we would be guilty as everything if we did all this and said, how come you didn't ask those people that you appointed to be the library advisory board about the library? Are there some small things that could be done within the interior that might be a little bit? Sure could. And so this just makes sure that we are doing the right thing to honor those people that we've selected to serve us.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else, Dave? No? Anybody else?
Nope.
All right. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. We're on to item I. Consider take possible action on recommendations provided by the committee assigned to review the building maintenance requirements for Steinbach House Visitor Center, Wagon Barn, and City Hall.
I'll take that because I was the one who wrote the report to you. It's item number I. There was nothing in the packet.
Yeah.
You should have received an email from me today.
Yes.
It was a clarification of an earlier email.
It's not, it was in-
We don't have anything.
Incomplete.
I emailed it to you today. Did you read your email?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you get my earlier email?
in the emails.
The one a week ago that said about the Steinbach house and the pole barn, the one you responded to and said that you didn't address the pole barn?
Yeah, that I did.
Okay.
I did not see anything.
I sent one out today saying I apologize for not addressing the pole barn, but based on the committee that went and looked at it, there's nothing that needs to be changed to the pole barn other than Jonah's going to change out some light bulbs. And we're also going to paint the mural with a clear protective coat on it. But the wood itself is in fine shape. It's weathering like fir wood does weather. And Priscilla Garrett just said that we're going to apply a seal to the back mural area, the front and back of that wall, just to preserve the mural. But there's no deterioration occurring at this time. The other thing is we talked about is the windows and additional maintenance of this building. The early report said that we were in agreement to let our design build team look at that. Houston then responded to me a couple of days later and said, hey, I misunderstood what you're asking, that he thought we should move forward now on repair of these windows now with either staff or somebody else. I said, so in this email that went out, it said that I guess we have disagreement between Houston and I, that I do think that we should let our design build team look at this. They're actively looking at this. The first thing they're going to have to do is come back to us and tell us to seal up the outside of the building and do the repairs to the outside, whatever that is. So if we start muddying the water by doing repairs that they're planning to do, and then if we do decide to go and do repairs on these windows now, are we directing city staff to do that themselves, which are probably not expert to do it, or else just to manage it? Then that would be, again, taken away from city staff. But if the people, we've already hired these people, they're already actively looking at it. So my recommendation is doing that, but then I'll turn it over to you and let you.
I'm going to make a comment real quick about City Hall, just because I think it'll help the discussion. During my report later in this agenda item, I will have an update for you about City Hall. I have been working with the FPC. I did convey after the last meeting where you all gave me direction on the budget and talking to them. So I have some feedback on what they've told me and some options they've given me. Unfortunately, there's more work for us to do, but they have given me big picture estimates on various different, various work product that they could do. So I'll relay that to you later.
And I should back up. The other thing is we had a follow-up meeting today with Deborah, who is kind of supervises or oversees the Steinbach house. We met with the contractor who's very specialized in that work. He's come out and he's going to work with Deborah to develop a proposal for us.
Correct. It's Guy Chipman, or Chip as he goes by. He did these windows, by the way, both sets of windows at one point. So he is very knowledgeable of historic buildings. But he's going to give it. He's going to get with me and he looked it over today, took pictures, and he's going to come back with a proposal for the Steinbach. And it should be probably by the next meeting. So, and he also has worked previously with this same contractor that's working on the city hall. And so he may have, he said he's got some history with it. So he may work with them too. So.
Okay.
Hold on, let him finish.
So
I'd like to stop this discussion.
Okay.
Because absolutely no material was given out by the city to support this. There's nothing to read. It's strictly word of mouth. It may be exactly what's in print, but we don't do business that way. It needs to be in the package so we can read it and review it.
Who put the item on the agenda?
It was mine. I'm the one that originally tasked, or I asked for approval to task the review to be done. I don't know who put it back on the agenda this time.
I didn't put it on the agenda.
Well,
I did not.
I'll have to go back and look at the email, but I know I didn't add it.
Okay.
let's
So-
table it. Move on.
Shelving this till next time.
Okay, so we're gonna table this,
Please.
slide it to the April 14th meeting. Okay, what about Jay? The security fencing at Steinbach House,
I don't have Jay
same?
back here, but it's not back here.
Okay, we don't have anything for that, so same thing. Table,
We're skipping?
skipping. We don't have anything for it.
So I have a question
Okay.
about J.
Mhm.
That one was predominantly supposed to be a report from staff. So if staff is here and has something to report, I'd like to hear it.
News
That's
to me.
fair.
Yeah. I can give a quick update on what we have done at Steinbach since the last council meeting, but I would also like some guidance and clarification on the fencing.
And I'd like guidance on the drainage.
Okay.
You don't have a J back.
Please bring it to the next meeting.
So we have no backup, which is the same point. I know, but
Okay.
Can I
Sorry,
just
Miss-
say, I'm
Do it right or don't do it at all.
agreed.
on the agenda language that was put on by the mayor, he did put action possibly on there. And so with these two items, I guess it was going to be an iffy thing if we was going to have anything for this one, but I'm assuming he wanted to put it on there just in case
But-
that we had something.
Can we at least hear what Jonah needs?
Yeah, I on these items where there's no material, I'd rather at least
Hear the information,
hear what
but
we
no
have and
decision?
then just not take action.
Yeah.
That would be a better use of our time.
Okay.
Repeat it all the next time.
Well, just,
If you request it.
he needs direction.
Bob,
So-
if you want to make a motion to do it and someone seconds it, we can vote on not discussing it, but you have to make a motion if you want to move on, and we can move on.
We can table it.
No,
Only if you make a motion.
just skip it.
To table? What's the motion? Is that what it should be? What should it be?
Tabling is for in the same meeting. What's
Okay.
the
Yeah.
motion to
Okay,
say?
I
take
make a motion
I
that
move
we-
take no action.
That we
Just don't.
wait for a complete presentation on this at the next meeting.
Take no action.
Maybe
Take no action.
we're skipping.
Okay.
Take no comments.
Someone has to second it.
Okay. I sort of agree. I like to have material read in advance, so I'll second that.
Okay.
Take a
Okay.
vote.
All right. All those in favor?
But so
Aye.
this is in favor of
Of
skipping the item.
skipping the
Yeah,
item.
Not hearing what Jonah has
Correct.
to say.
Correct.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
So it did not carry. All right. So we're going to hear Jonah's information, but make no action. If I'm understanding that everybody else.
Well, the-
Well, we haven't committed to that yet. We
Probably need to do
we just
another.
said we're going to hear what Jonah has to say. But overall, like, I think we can at least hear what he has to say.
All right. All right,
I'll
Jonah.
say real quick.
Give us the
So this was
information.
not my agenda item, but whenever I read it, security fencing. I know we had discussed at the last council meeting. What is the definition of security
Yeah.
fencing? Are we okay with split rail like we have in Regional Park, or do we want chain link fence? So I would like some direction on that. And then secondly, just in my update to council in my February update, there are some pictures of the trees that were trimmed on the backside of the property. That's all we've done so far. And that's
Thirdly,
just a quick update.
And you could,
thirdly, because this includes drainage improvements in the CIP presentation on February 24th. I feel like I'm playing Clue with the candlestick. We mentioned, I showed kind of the rough little drawing that Phil King put together, Councilman King put together about recommended improvements to that plot. We also know that the landowner next door has his concerns. The improvements that have been proposed are things that are perfectly capable of being done in-house. I do not believe that they will cause greater liability on behalf of the city because it's all being done on our property, essentially to redirect water to our property and to the outfall. However, one of the things I'm going to look for direction from council is whether or not you anticipate or expect us to go get engineered stamp to drawing or something that instructs staff what to do because of a concern of liability. And so that's something else I'll need some direction from. We don't have to give it to me tonight, future meeting, but that's another issue I need resolved before we do anything.
Could we at least get a resolution back to Jonah so he's not waiting?
You can do whatever you want.
No, I'm saying on the split rail, do we agree that a split rail, I'm happy with split rail, or do you all want a chain link fence there? Split rail.
Well, ours, the fence doesn't cover the whole thing, right? Because it's state owns.
It's in the back.
Yeah,
it's really not.
It's just on the back end of the property.
Yeah,
really, it's just a straightaway.
And it's not going to block. People can walk around this fence, but it will cover what I would say is 80% of the back area of the property.
Yeah. Split rail. And it's not going to cover the whole thing.
Yes, and again, council directed to make sure we add signage and make sure that people are aware that this is, you're coming up to the end of the property. You know, if you go past the rail,
You're going
on your own.
20 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
only dumb people go past this fence, something like that.
I don't know about that, but that's really the only thing I needed. And then I will come back to you all with an update. But if council could specify what type of fencing we would like.
Well, it sounds like split rail. You heard a consensus. I think that's good enough for
Resolution.
us.
Okay. Resolution.
Great for me.
Okay. All right. Next item. We are on
Okay.
K. Update on citywide streets and drainage maintenance from Public Works, John Gomez. There was nothing in the packet.
Again, this is a general language that was given to us, not what needed to go with it. So we're prepared to give you some updates on each of these.
Okay, understood that now. If you read my report, it does cover some of this and this item as well as the next item. But in the sense of giving more direction, kind of like what Jonah mentioned, when we received this effort, it was mainly on water, streets, and drainage. But what I'd like to get to y'all's understanding is one option. There's two options that I'm thinking about. One is that we didn't talk about sewer, we didn't talk about the gas when we're talking about doing streets and drainage, and I think those are important to look at as well because they're the same age when you look at it across the board.
I think it's important to separate because I don't think there's real clarity on what you mean, council, when you say things like update on citywide streets and drainage maintenance. In my mind, when we're talking about when you lump streets and drainage maintenance, we're talking about bar ditch maintenance, culverts, and like the silt lines along the streets, not pothole repair, street paving, street rehab projects. Because you also have indicated below that update on street paving plan by Public Works. So in my mind, I think that's what that means, but I'm not entirely sure. So that's part of what John and I discussed is he was asking, what are they looking for? I don't know. This is all I got was this wording. So,
I think this was from the mayor.
Yes.
Yeah. I think because the mayor and I talked, the first one is what's the drainage maintenance plan? What's the plan of attack for drainage maintenance? Like after this little rain that we just had, I sent pictures of the one street down in my neighborhood that we need drainage. And the number one project that it says after Garcia Creek is fixed, need to get this done. And so,
well, when you say number one project, what do you mean?
When we had the CIP projects and everything, the verbiage under it for drainage, it had that location, and it says in the verbiage in the brackets, it said number one after Garcia Creek is fixed.
Is the one in River Bluff?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't.
Yeah.
I'd have to go and look at that.
Oh yeah, I've got it.
I believe that you have it memorized. I'd go look at it because my understanding, and this is what's been inconsistent in the reports back to council when it comes to drainage. If you're asking staff, what is your plan for drainage? We've said consistently, because there was a huge kind of public outcry, if you will. What are we going to do about the Athens area drainage?
Mm-hmm.
We put together a plan of how to do that in house, and then we started executing that plan with Geneva. Geneva turned into the project it's turned into, but that is almost finished. The goal then is to work from downstream back up this way. Now we've done some other improvements. There was an improvement we made recently, which I mentioned in my report, on Naples, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Naples Street, where we improved basically from McDonald's all the way, pretty much all the way to the other direction. But the idea is to start from south and go north. Now one of the challenges is, okay, when are you going to get it done? What's the timeline? As I've stated before, we have 3 people that it's our streets crew that are responsible for all of the right-of-way maintenance, so all the mowing. They're responsible for all of the drainage maintenance, so all the bar ditch cleaning and the projects we're talking about now. And they're also responsible for all the pothole repair and street maintenance. And it's very, very difficult without the city saying, or council collectively saying, we want you to do this first, and then this, and then this, and which we'll be happy to do. Like, if you're to give me a list, do this, this, and this, that would be great. But to simply say, well, we want to do all of it all at once, it's not possible.
I don't think that's what we're saying.
No,
we're not saying that.
We want a rack and stack. We want a list of these are what we feel our priorities are, and this is what we can handle in house. This is what we feel if we can't handle it in house. These are the
So
we need a prioritization. I mean, and the same thing with the street paving plan.
There's nothing in here.
We want a plan. We want to know what the highest priorities are in that.
All right, 2 things. Let's go back to drainage. So on drainage, the message has been, we're going to work Athens area, get those projects done. So that's really where those are done.
I would we don't have information here.
Yeah.
I think you have direction from us, so it has to be in a future council meeting.
Okay.
Yeah. And then David had his hand up.
I was just going to comment that I believe we instructed staff to go out to get someone under contract for that long-term street paving and maintenance plan.
Well, no, not that you instructed us to do it. We sought permission and we got good roads to get to. So that's the next item. I don't want to. That's why I was saying let's make sure we understand what we're talking about.
Drainage first.
This one is really drainage, and where it says streets, are we on the same page? So what it really means is silt line maintenance and some of the things I've heard the mayor say before. I think that's what he means by that.
But
I think.
Yeah.
So we'll stick to kind of that's drainage.
Yeah.
The next item on streets is good roads. We can talk about that as well.
Well, there's nothing in here.
Wait.
I want to make sure in my notes that we're supposed to make a priority list of what staff feels like is a priority for the drainage.
And what they can handle in house and everything and take care of, and then
I just want to I'm right
to
make sure. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then L is.
And then so is that it for K then? Because we don't have any other information.
We can't.
Right.
And then L is again something
Same
to bring
thing.
back to
Yeah,
us, but
we're supposed to have an update on the street paving plan.
Yeah. So we can do that. We've been working on modifications to what was shown to you before based on some of the concerns y'all brought up. So we'll be prepared to bring you an actual plan. Here's not just one plan, but here are 3 options. Here's 3 different ways you can look at streets and street maintenance.
Okay.
And we've been working on that. And that's part of the kind of what we were working towards an April 14th deadline. And then these items got pushed on us and we weren't ready. We weren't going to be ready.
Okay.
That's fine.
So,
But I still want you all want to look at water, sewer, gas, electric, everything that's underneath those.
When you do a street, you can't recommend you're going to redo a street if you know you're going to have to redo all this stuff underneath it.
That's what I want here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll throw in a note of dissension there. We got a lot of streets that are in really rough shape, and we've got a lot of pipes that have been past their life expectancy for longer than I've been alive. I love pointing that one out. It fits great.
But see, David, I guess I disagree with you. If you knew that the street was going to, let's say it's going to be 2 years out, But
what if
you
it's
know
7?
that you're going to have to replace the sewer and water and everything else, which means you're going to tear up the street right after you put it down. That's what we're talking about.
Right.
You don't go and rebuild streets if you know you haven't rebuilt the utilities underneath it first.
But what if it's going to be 7 or 10 or 15
And that's
years
a
before
different
we get to the
question.
water pipe?
It's a
That's
different.
a different question, and that's what they're going to put together in their plan.
This guy's falling.
In other words, if it's 10
This
years
guy's
out,
falling.
if it's 10 years out, then no, then you wouldn't worry about it.
And I do want y'all to know, we heard a lot of these comments before, and you hear John seeking a little bit clarification, but we had a pretty productive meeting with RESPEC following the CIP meeting, and then again a week later to reset on some of these expectations, like to look at the water, the sewer, the gas collectively, and then look at streets and see where those impacts are. So I think we're going to be in a very good position to provide you with a lot of information. Unfortunately, it'll be a meeting like tonight on April 14th.
Yes, same movie, different
Yeah.
players. We've been having this exact same discussion for 19 years. Let's wait to fix the streets until we're going to do the stuff underneath it. And nothing ever gets done. I mean, it just goes over and over and over and over because the streets is a different money than the stuff underneath. So if you're going to do the streets, you got to have enough money to do it when you do the stuff underneath the street. And so we can drive on dirt. We really can, but we can't go without water and sewer. And so I don't know that they necessarily have to be linked based upon how things have gone in the past. We need to concentrate on our infrastructure. We need to concentrate on the infrastructure and don't wait, to do X, Y, and Z until we do, G, M, and Z. It just has never worked here. We just don't have the money to do everything we want to do at the same time. And so I think it's critical we keep our infrastructure working first. And you don't always have to tear up an entire street in order to put in some of the piping, because you're talking about burst technology and some other stuff. So
Those are what we looked at.
and so if you want to go down that road of let's wait till we can do it all at once, knock yourself out. It's just generally not going to happen.
Lafayette was like that. We did everything underneath before we paved it. That's since I've been here.
About Lafayette?
Yeah.
I wish they would have paved it.
Okay. Didn't we pay Lafayette?
Yeah.
We did. He's remarking on the job that was done. No one's happy with how it looks, and I agree.
Okay.
The River Rock really.
Okay.
All right.
Problem.
All right, so we're now on to item M, discussion, take appropriate action to direct staff to draft amendments to the comprehensive zoning ordinance to create an institutional zone and all other required actions to prepare these changes for review and adoption. David.
All right, thank you. And I want to be clear that I had tried to send in my notes to get this in the packet, and clearly I messed that up because it was not in the packet, and so I recognize you've not had a chance to look at it. I want to say my bit here. So this was an issue that came up a few months ago when an organization was looking to rezone a property from historic residential to historic commercial so that they could build a school. Because historic residential does not permit a private school, to be open in that district. And really the only places you could do a private school, are commercial zones. And so there was skepticism and concern expressed by 4 members of council, because I was out in the audience trying not to talk. There was skepticism and concern voiced by 4 members of council about the fact that if we rezone this to commercial, what happens if the school closes? All kinds of things could go in here. And staff recommended that we create a zone specifically to house these sorts of things. Schools, convents, churches, what have you. Stuff that's big, stuff that could be reused lots of ways if the zoning was wide open. So let's make something specific that we can mark these as, we recognize that you're trying to do something really good to the service of the community. So we're going to allow that without opening the floodgates to anything under the sun. So what I was trying to do, this went out to all of you before the meeting, but I recognize you have not had a chance to read it. What I did was I went through the entire CZO and I marked in red letters the kinds of things I think would need to be changed or added to introduce an INS institutional district. There are a few things in there where I kind of said, like maybe this specific thing doesn't need to apply given how strict of uses are allowed in this zone. If someone wants to build a church, maybe we don't need to over specify the parking lot, parking space sizes and shading requirements, because we don't do that for most of our churches that are already in town. Sort of the heart of this is the new column in the use table, and then the new row in the table of requirements, which is like setbacks and lot widths and lot depths and stuff like that. What I was hoping to do tonight was that we could that you could all tell me the places where I was totally missing the boat. We could cross some stuff out and then send it to planning and zoning to get their recommendation about what they think I got wrong too. And then it could come back to us and we could take action on it sometime in April. I understand you haven't had a chance to look at it, so we don't need to do that tonight. But I think it would be really great if we could make some sort of determination of what we anticipate the approval or rejection process for this change to look like. Because I don't feel like our ordinances do a good job of specifying what that process looks like. And it's really easy for these changes to become just this endless cycle of back to P&Z, back to council, back to P&Z, back to council, without anything ever getting done. And so what my recommendation would be now is that either you all look at this over the next 2 weeks, and at the first meeting in April, we'll decide what changes to be made before we send it to P&Z for their opinion, or we say we're going to send it to P&Z and all members of council are going to send their recommended changes to Dan, who will compile them and give them to Brianna to make before it gets shown to the P&Z. But I recognizing that it didn't get in, I would say just please, all of you, if you have something to say now, say it. Otherwise, please read this by the next meeting so that maybe we can get this done this year.
Can I have two questions?
Sure.
Question one, Dan, a church can go into any zoning, right? The church itself. The church can go into any
We
zoning.
don't actually allow a church in
Oh, no.
Hold on.
State law. Yes. Okay. State law says churches can go in residential neighborhoods everywhere. Doesn't matter what your ordinances say. Schools, no. Religious schools, no. In your example, let's say the Moy School is going in there 5 years from now, for whatever reason, it goes under. Now you all need to sell the property, or the bank who lent you the money needs to sell the property. I'm just going on. So if it's institutional, then it limits what they could sell the property to. And that's something to take into account.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas that's why I voted to put it in historic commercial, because it's in the middle of a historic commercial anyway. So I'm not saying I'm going to disagree with what you're saying here, because I was in favor of the UDO, and the UDO did have a institutional zoning classification, which the Moy School was going to be flopped into that institutional zone. So, but I agree with your recommendation that we all look at this, and in 2 weeks we come back and then have this same discussion, since we don't have the packet material.
Do I need to make a motion to table?
Well, and can I just
Nice
quickly
more
respond
discussion.
to Mr. King that in this, I don't actually recommend any particular properties to be zoned when the district is created. That's a discussion that everybody could have, but this was literally just so that we have the zoning for the future.
In the future,
So that when someone says, I want to build a private school, or I want to open a convent, that we don't have to sit there and go, yeah, but a convent looks an awful lot like an apartment building, and we don't want you to be able to sell it to rent out for profit.
Of course, you're going to get.
Come on.
Okay.
Let's move on.
Yes, I know that there was a bit of discussion on this previously because of this particular thing. S categories can cover just about every bit of this. And the S is only good for that particular approval given for that particular thing that's going to happen there. And when they stop doing that thing, the S expires. Okay, the S expires, and so you have some control that way. And the other, well, I mean, we could talk about this forever. I got lots of P&Z time, and so there's a number of things that need to be cleaned up that wouldn't be too hard to clean up in the CZO. And so it's not cheap to send out notices to the entire town every time we want to do this. I think we ought to go through this process, but there are some other things, and I'm sure Ms. Soto is aware of them, that we could probably put in this mix and make a mail out to cover a number of things that were okay. You know, we really don't have a boat harbor kind of a thing here, but it's in our CZO, you know, and stuff. And so we could clean up a number of things, but in the package, I think we need to also consider, besides creating institutional, is put the different zones and, you know, church, you know, synagogue, you know, Catholic school, or whatever else. And then you can have those in all the different ones and put, you know, no, S, and accomplish the same thing and actually a little bit more. So it's going to come back again next time. It needs to come through the city secretary, of course, but we need to look at the options. We also need to consider the cost to do a single item change.
Houston?
No, to make a motion
I have a
that we table it.
clarification question for the attorney.
Okay.
So I know that if a zoning change would affect any existing properties, then we have to notify them. Do we have to notify the entire city if we're creating a new zone that is not applied to any properties?
I would recommend you probably publish it, notice out there, just so that everybody has to get it. Need to have some people come and speak. That's what I would think. It's going to be effective.
Like the UDO, we notified everybody.
That's the conservative, safe, you know.
Yeah.
Go through the hoops to actually notify.
No action.
So that people understand.
And to be clear, does that mean like notice in the newspaper or notice mailed to each individual property owner? Okay.
We'll verify with you. That's a good question.
And
We
that's
need to
common.
go back and just verify, make sure it's not a.
Just because I thought of that as well. That's something to.
Okay, so we have no action on this item?
No action.
Okay. All right. Item N, discussion appropriate action to direct the Planning and Zoning Commission to review and make appropriate recommendations related to parkland dedication revisions for the subdivision ordinance. David?
Yes. Okay. Sorry. I was busy writing the results of the last one. Here we go. So the Parks and Recreation Board was asked several months ago to review parkland and open space dedication requirements in the subdivision ordinance and to recommend potential changes. After several discussions with the community development staff and amongst themselves, the Parks and Recreation Board did recommend the attached changes to be made to the subdivision ordinance. And Jonah was good enough to get in here. The current portions versus their revised version of this. This is pretty targeted at the amounts that are being asked for, and they gave a lot of care to the thresholds at which someone can pay a fee instead of dedicating parkland. They think that this would be a good change, that this was a positive improvement, but that they think that the changes they've recommended would be to the benefit of the city. They think that maybe they'll keep working, and in a year or 6 months, they'll make further changes because they think there could be a complete overhaul, but they did like these sort of tactical changes for now. This is the subdivision ordinance, so there are not the same notice requirements. It's not as involved. We could change this relatively often.
Mr. Mertz?
Sure.
Could you repeat the part about where, and I'm making sure I heard you right, that you guys do not or want the developers to be able to purchase their way out of parkland?
So
is that accurate?
Right now, if a development is under 5 acres or if it is under 100 houses,
Okay.
then that subdivision does not have to provide or
Right.
can provide a fee instead of land for a
Right.
park.
Gotcha.
And that fee is currently 5% of the market value, but they haven't built anything yet because they're still subdividing. So the value is pretty low. So we're getting 5% of the pre-development value.
Okay.
And their recommendation is to change that to be 5% of the finished land value.
Okay.
And to remove the less than 100 units threshold. Because in
Got it.
Castroville, 100 units is about 30 acres. And so right now our ordinance kind of says if you're under 5 acres or if you're under 30 acres, which makes no sense.
No. Thank you.
All right. So I'll entertain a motion. Oh, motion and then we discuss. All right. So I'll entertain a motion.
I move to place the recommended subdivision ordinance updates on the next Planning and Zoning Commission agenda for discussion and appropriate action on making a recommendation to council.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second that for discussion and a question.
Okay. So Bob, start off.
Yep. Been involved in this one with the park board. A couple of things. You go to page, I think it's 168 here under the revised ordinance. Go down to number B3, development under 5 acres. And it says a developer shall make a cash payment in lieu of dedication. See subsection F below, but I think in that particular place also we need to put if directed by council. And we always need to look at the option as, because each development could be a little bit unique and it depends on the age of the people who live there and so forth. So give the city the option to look at whether they want to accept the money in lieu of parkland dedication or not. Okay, don't just automatically make it 5. Go down here to number C, valid parkland criteria. Right now, if you had retention ponds, drainage ditch, flat creek exit, the whole 9 yards, and you put in a walking trail or something like that, that counts as a recreational purpose, okay? And so they could, as they're sometimes doing now, get almost the totality of their parkland dedication from things that you could actually not build a park in because the stuff might wash away. And so
It says,
that was one of the reasons behind all this, is I think we need to put a percentage in here that is required that they give us land suitable for building a house on within that subdivision. Okay, and then if there happens to be some drainage areas, they can put trails in and the rest of that. Okay, fine. But we need to make sure we don't get, 1,000 trails, but we get no place for, swings and shade and a slide or anything else for the families. We got a whole bunch of, right now we're even taking green space between the mailbox and the curb. I mean, that's just nuts. And so we need, and of course they've covered that with fragmented in here, and that's good. But we need to have
he also covered the other.
that is required to be good, usable land you can build a house on, doesn't have any restrictions on it, some percentage of parkland dedication. The next one is
wait.
Next page. Does it have to be?
Bob, I guess you asking for changes of these revised ordinance before it gets sent back to the P&Z?
Yep.
So you expect us to sit here tonight and vote on if we agree with or don't agree with your suggested changes?
Well, you got 2 whole pages here. How hard is this?
Well, we could also make an amendment to my motion to add that sentence before we send it to P&Z.
May I finish?
Or we let P&Z do their job.
All right, Bob, come on.
Okay, the next one, cash payment in lieu of dedication, FILO. And I put, it says in there, the city may require or allow FILO. I think it needs to say the city council. Okay, that's kind of what we talked about before. Not staff, but city council. Because if you say city, technically city really means the city council has to do it. But in order to make sure there's no misunderstanding, make sure it comes to city council. And So there on that number F1, I would say the city council may require allow developments under 5 acres, which is what I mentioned before. I had a question about 4 down there. It says use of funds. The funds must be spent within 8 years for acquiring new parkland or for CIP projects. Okay. And my question is, does it have to be something that's on a CIP project? I don't know if that's a good, bad, or indifferent. So I didn't really understand that. But the other thing that I had asked for, and they did, is that, and I think we discussed it here, and Mr. Dixon brought it up, we don't want to get the appraisal of the county that they put on the land when it was nothing. We want a current, and it's in here, a current value of the property, the real value of the property. So those are the few things I had. Make sure council's involved. If it's 5 acres or under, council should be involved in everything to do with this. That we set some minimum that has to be usable property. And does it have to be part of the CIP? So it's really just 2 things I've got. Council's involved in all, whether they take money or not, and a set percentage. I don't know what the set percentage is, maybe 60, maybe 70, maybe 50. It has to be suitable property to build a permanent park on.
Okay. All right. Bill?
So I think David made a motion,
Mm-hmm.
and I seconded it.
Mm-hmm.
And David's motion was consider, and it has to do with
Sending it.
sending this to
P&Z.
to the P&Z
Mm-hmm.
to and then David suggested maybe we'll modify it and take into consideration Bob's changes, which I could vote for.
Okay.
And so I don't have any other questions.
Okay. Houston?
Just for clarity, on the only time that we would allow somebody to purchase their way out of a park is it's 5 acres or less. Is that accurate?
That's so.
No.
I can clarify that. So they actually have 2 points in here that would allow that. One is if it's under 5 acres,
Right.
because at that 5 acres, 5% is a quarter of an acre.
Right.
So below a quarter of an acre, it's hard to build
Understand.
a park. The other one they have in here is that if it's over 200 acres, and the reason they were thinking of, and we've got a member out there who can shoot me with eye lasers if I get this wrong, was that if it's above 200 acres, if you're looking at more than a 10-acre park,
Yeah.
it might start getting to be a burden on our park staff if it gets too big. And also, if there's something that big trying to subdivide, it might also be something like a data center, in which case we don't want 10 acres on the border of a data center to put a park on because it's going to sound awful. And so their recommendation was that over 200 acres, and this is in their in dedication thresholds. Oh no!
Number
Shoot!
2.
I'm so sorry. They changed this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
168.
talking out of my butt. I'm remembering something from a month ago. Please forgive me.
Okay. So what it does say
Forgive him making that comment.
is the developer must dedicate 5% of the gross site and construct recreational amenities on the dedicated land, trails, playgrounds, sports fields. Amenities must comply with the park's master plan and the park's director standards. So by reading that, it does not give them the opportunity to purchase their way out of, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm
Thank you.
remembering the wrong discussion.
All right.
So I have a quick question on Councilman Lee's. The idea of keep where it says usability, form, access, and clearance. Do we want to beef that up to make sure? Because
Tell me give me the sentence reference.
C in that section that you were talking about.
Usability.
Mm-hmm.
Valid parkland.
It says yes on the updated
Okay.
valid parking criteria. It says drainage, detention, or utility areas do not qualify.
Yeah.
So are we looking, since they don't qualify in that, are you looking for us to add something else in there, or?
We had this discussion before. They have to put in the retention ponds. They have to have the drainage there.
Yes.
They're required to do it.
Yes.
They're not required to build trails on. Are trails useful to the development and stuff? They could very well be. Could they take some percentage advantage of, because, you don't just, here it is, there's no grass, there's no trail, there's no rock, there's no nothing. We're going to draw a yellow chalk line on the ground and that's your path. And so they got to make some kind of expenditure in order to use use some of those other areas as a trail or a bike path. And so I think that needs to be considered. By the same token, we need to be sure that there is actually, especially the larger ones or medium sized, there is a place for a park or 2 parks or 3 parks. And so that's what I'm trying to convey. I would go ahead and put a number in here, and if the park board thinks it ought to be something different, or somebody else thinks it ought to be something different, then let's discuss it. And I would just not using the term that Councilman Hurst used. I would just say 60% or 65% needs to be.
I call the question.
Okay.
Can I
I
ask a
second that.
question?
Okay, hold on.
When he says percentage, and this is for my notes, when you say 60 or 65%, is that usable land?
Yep, like
Oh,
you build a house
okay.
on.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So repeat of the motion. David?
Okay. I moved to place the recommended subdivision ordinance updates on the next Planning and Zoning Commission agenda for discussion and appropriate action on making a recommendation to council.
And then Phil seconded.
I seconded, but then you had a modification to include
Bob's edits, which were to
for
specify
consideration.
65% must be buildable. That for usability, 65% of the land must be buildable.
And then the criteria, F1.
That in F1, city council must approve, not just the city. And then replace CIP with capital.
Okay.
For consideration.
Good
consideration.
And I agree with those changes.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. Item O. All right.
Oh, this one's also me.
Discussion appropriate action to direct staff to create a process to notify property owners when 811 locate calls are requested.
So this one's also me, and I've been told I'm going to get roasted by staff on this one. So I'm ready.
I just
I
said
didn't
Okay.
say
All right. Come on.
811 Locate is a critical service that keeps our utility system safe when work is being done in our city. Many of our neighbors, including me, have utility easements and underground public utilities on their property. Many, however, also have private improvements, such as irrigation lines, in the ground. When third parties, like internet companies, make 811 Locate requests on our properties, the city marks its utilities, but only the property owner knows how to mark their private improvements. Right now, no one notifies a property owner when a third party makes an 811 Locate request. I would like to see the city find some way to forward the 811 Locate calls to property owners. This could be something as simple as printing out the request and sticking it in the door when they go out to put the city's flags in. But ideally, you would know who's requesting it, boundaries of the intended work, and the date of the intended work. This is a little thing, but I think it would be a positive increase in transparency and a nice little boost to quality of life. It's good to know what's going on, and it's good to know your irrigation lines won't be hit.
All right. Bill?
David, this is on your private property. They can't come in and cut holes in your private property.
They can in the easements.
Not in your private property without notifying you. And the other thing, though, is that if the city fails to do it and they hit something, then by this change, we're throwing liability back to the city. And you have to consider that. If we say the city shall do this and the city fails to do it, but correct me if I'm wrong, they have, even in the easement, they have to notify you. Yeah, they have to notify you in the easement. So they can't come on your property, easement or not, without notifying you that they're going to come work on the easement.
Okay, so who do I report it to if I've had stuff digging across my yard 5 times since I've bought the house and I've never...
Who did it?
Rise.
Several internet companies, actually.
Now, they can be in the city's property, but they can't be in the easement.
So I have easements on 3 sides of my property.
Okay. that's your property. I don't know about your subdivision, but the rest of us that live in the older part of town, 22-foot wide streets, 22 is some form of pavement or hard surface. The other 10 feet on each side is the responsibility of each property owner. Either the city owns it. They don't have to notify you of that. Beyond that, for most of us, that's yours, and they've got to let you know. They don't have to on the street 10 feet. Has he got a different situation where he lives, or is the curb his property line?
The curb is not my property line. It goes, there's 3 feet of sidewalk and then about 2 feet of city.
Okay. And so they're in that area.
I've had extensive excavation in my side yard.
Okay. I'll leave that to staff. They know better than that.
Councilman Keith is absolutely right. If the city steps in and says, hey, we're gonna notify you, we're gonna be the 811 specialist or the dig specialist, and we fail to do it, then we open ourselves up for liability. It's just dangerous for putting ourselves on.
But David, when they came and dug up Rise, they notified us that we're going to be digging out in front. And I had the opportunity to tell them that, well, you got a line here. But, I mean, they had to notify us that they were going to dig in our property, in our easements. So I guess, but for those two reasons, I would be against supporting this, because it does put liability to the city where the city doesn't have liability now. And the other thing is, I don't think it's needed, because they're supposed to. If they're not notifying you, then you need to call who's digging the hole in your yard.
But how am I even supposed to know who's digging it?
Well, you didn't see a truck out there. You just saw a hole.
That's what most of the people in my neighborhood had happen to them. They
So
came
they
home
never
to see big
saw
old
the
holes
truck.
in their front yard.
Yeah, I don't know how to answer your question.
And I recognize that my neighborhood is set up differently from most of yours.
Yeah.
Yours is probably more similar to mine.
No,
I'm still confused.
no, my houses in my neighborhood have to be 25 feet back from the road, and from the road to first 10 feet into my yard is the easement, because that's where my utilities are. Water, all that is right there. That is all utility. It's not
And it's all
underneath the
run
street.
on the private property, like mine.
It's in
Not
the
yours.
easement.
Yeah. But the easement is your property.
But if there's a
Right.
utility or something that
Your neighborhood
breaks,
does the same.
they don't
Yes.
have to notify me that they're going to dig up my yard to fix a pipe or something.
And that's different than the historic neighborhoods. Historic
Yes.
neighborhoods, the city owns
Yeah.
from the property line back. So David, in our neighborhood, they wouldn't come into our yards anyway. In your neighborhood, they would, but they got to notify you because it's still your property. They have the right to do it, but they have to notify you.
Well, and someone needs to tell them that.
Well, then that would be
Because
the
it's
big
not
thing.
happening, which is why I'm bringing this
When
here.
was the last time this happened?
So the grass is almost grown back. So, I don't know, 2 years ago?
Okay. So
Yeah, to me, the word easement means it's your property, but there's something happening underneath that property that the city has some
A legal right.
legal access to. What you said, I mean, I can easily see sprinkler lines, everything else running out there. If it's yours to maintain and you're paying taxes on it, in that case, the city could require them to notify you, and the city's off the hook. Okay, they can require the contractor to do that. But you're in a somewhat different situation. But what I heard you say is they may not be in the if they're in the utility easement, they can still be on your private property.
Yes.
Okay. If they're operating in that, then I agree. I think they're legally bound to notify you, because you could have an antenna wire like I do, or a sprinkler system, or maybe a alarm system for a pet or something like that, and they dig it up. And I know they cut the gas line on my house, but
Okay.
the city.
Let's make a motion.
okay. So
I'm not.
all right. So I'll entertain a motion. Anybody want to make a motion? Nobody wants to
Well,
entertain.
I'll make a motion.
I want to hear his motion.
Okay.
I make a motion that the city requires any contractors that have to enter into an individual's private property notify the individuals of that possible incursion.
That's,
Dan?
That's opening up liability.
yes, you can't, you
No, the
cannot.
city requires them to notify the property.
You're putting us in the middle of it.
Yeah.
That's the problem,
That's why a government exists, is to get in
That's a
between
train wreck.
people who can't individually do something and outside forces.
Scott,
And-
help us remind us when RISE came through, the city didn't have to give them permission by state law. They can raise.
Yeah, there's some special exceptions for different companies, and communication companies through lobbyists, et cetera, have basically gotten carte blanche to pretty much whatever they want within that right of way.
Right.
So yeah.
Well, and it would also
But we
add
did
administrative
send
work too.
citywide notice when-
But did they notify the city that they were going to come do work?
Yeah.
And at that time,
We notified the city.
would notify them. You need to notify the individual property.
Except that we didn't, So in that instance, we communicated like to the citywide, right? And then we put additional requirements on RISE, made requests of them to say, hey, you need to work with the owners, et cetera. And that was hit and miss. We had some times when they did a really great job and other times when they just did terrible. So,
But the administrative load of that.
yeah, no, I did tell David, I didn't say whatever he said earlier, but I did say, look, there's a lot of problems with what you're requesting. I understand why you want it. It makes total sense. I get why it would really be helpful for people to know that, but it is, there's a number of different concerns. Least of all will be, or most of all will be kind of the liability, which we didn't discuss earlier.
It is.
But for me, it would be more just logistics. Like, how do we go about notifying
So nobody seconded that.
the time that might already do that?
No, he did.
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right, so based off everything, do we have a motion?
But
We have a motion.
Bob
Bob
made
made a motion. Do we have a second?
No second so far.
I'll second it.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, did not approve. All right, now we're on to P. Consider take appropriate action to direct staff to provide city council with a survey of city power lines threatened by trees and providing plan of action to remove the threat. Bob.
Yes. Reason and I know in the administrator's report in the back, they talk about doing tree service, and we do it routinely, and we should. Because of the drought, there are trees that are not necessarily close to the power lines or whatever else is hung on the pole, and but they're taller than those lines, and they may be 20, 30, 40 feet away, and they're dead. And most of those are going to eventually fall. I'm just asking that we take a look at those possible threats, and I know they've done quite a bit of it already, and make sure that we don't get in a position that something that we know about that could end up causing us loss of service, either electric or otherwise, that we come up with a way to address that before it causes a problem.
This is another thing that I appreciate your concern. This is another thing that, because it was on the agenda and I was able to share with John, I'm very grateful to him and the staff for doing it. He's helpfully provided in his report a map that has the year, it's color coded, and it has the years things were done.
So he already has it.
Yeah, so we do have that. And we're doing it on an ongoing basis. There's one, I had a hard time finding the green line, which is the area that we need to take care of. And it's very small. And I only found one. There might be more than one. Okay, well, I can only see the one, and I guess in glasses.
3,
But
4, 5,
Yeah,
6.
that isn't the answer to my question
All right,
completely.
yeah, call for a motion then.
What?
Could I finish explaining this?
Well, no, you can't.
Okay, whatever.
Well, we already have, the staff already has it in their reports here.
Bob, do you want to make a motion?
he was clarifying that that wasn't exactly what he's looking for.
Okay.
We're really not supposed to be discussing things that are in any detail that are in the administrator's report, are we? They're there for our information. Okay.
No, it is actually stated, because we had this issue in the past,
I
and it says
understand that.
for discussion and possible action in my report item for that very reason, so we can discuss them. But go ahead.
Well, we look at the electrical service only, or do we look at other services that are also on those poles? Right. Okay, so how often do those other utility customers come out here and look at those? They don't. Okay, so my point was, we can see there's a problem that's going to be a problem for somebody pretty soon, but we kind of go, not my problem, it's somebody else's. That's the phone company's problem. It's somebody else's problem. So I'm saying, it's us. It's us in the city. It's the customers. Okay,
Yeah, that's not
and we
correct.
need to make
We
sure.
let them know.
I'm just a moment. I can't hear out of this ear, and I got my finger in the other one. We need to make sure we have looked at anything that can cause our customers, especially the dead trees that can fall. That are they're hundreds and hundreds of big dead trees, 30, 40 feet high around the city. Some of them could fall on the lines. I'm just saying, let's take a look at that. And I know y'all provided another micro map that nobody can read without zooming on the computer, but I would like to see it addressed as an item that you can talk us through what you've done, and that we make sure that if other people need to be notified to get out here, that we make sure we do it. Otherwise, I think we're derelict, or they're derelict, but we don't need to allow them to be derelict.
Would that also be a liability if we let them know?
Can I ask
You gotta be kidding me.
if a motion's going to be made? Bob, are you going to make a motion?
Sure.
Okay, what's your motion?
Direct staff to conduct a survey of power lines and other service lines threatened by trees and return to council with a plan to remedy that.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, any further discussion? None?
Can I say something? We have it on our website, this map.
Okay, let's vote.
Okay,
Go for the vote.
okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All right. Ayes have it. They'll come back with us with their power line.
Look a lot like what you got tonight.
Okay, well, but
Next council meeting.
next
show what you
make
gave
bigger map, detailed.
End of April. It's the end of April. It says here last meeting in April.
Okay, so
Do it next meeting. Makes it even faster.
okay.
No, we'll see how long that
Okay.
is.
Okay. Item Q, consider take appropriate action on directing city staff to provide a report to city council on the potential expansion of the natural gas services provided by the city. Bob?
Okay, I would say I hope the rest of you read this, but I know that may not be the case once you see who the author is. But we've had a number of discussions in here already about West Texas Gas, what they will or won't serve. We so far haven't taken any action to have them do things. There may be some practical reasons to do that in some cases, but until I say we, and I'm really talking about the next council, has an opportunity to look at all of our areas of responsibility with the CCNs overlaid with the development that's happening and will happen, and exactly what's going to be required by us, or a good approximation of what we'll have to tackle in order to provide gas service. I think that's invaluable for council to understand and ahead of time. So when these things come along, they've already looked at it. They already have an understanding. They know when the system has to be expanded beyond what we have the capability for now. Some pieces and parts of this we've gotten already. I completely understand that, but we've never put the whole thing together with our water, wastewater responsibilities and so forth. To me, this is part of good planning, so the council is ready to deal with the things that come along and make decisions on how much we want to put into gas system expansion versus possibly making some exceptions for others to provide the service. So again, I ask for a report to come back by the second meeting in April, not to answer the question, but to tell us what it's going to take in order to get that answer. Okay?
Okay.
And then come back with a cost, and then that council could decide whether they want to go forward with it or not. I'm not asking us to do it, but to take a look at what it's going to take to bring that information to us.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Look, even the ETJ, the extra.
Well, if we have responsibilities out there, which we do with water and wastewater in some areas, I would say yes.
Okay, so we have a motion?
But Bob hadn't made a motion yet.
Yeah, I make a motion. We direct staff to report to City Council on potential expansion of the natural gas system as provided by the city.
Okay, second?
At the second meeting.
At the second meeting in
Second
April.
meeting in April.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that so we can get to further discussion.
Okay, all right,
Question.
all right.
So Bob, all you're asking for is not for the report, but what it would cost for the city to get the report.
Exactly.
So the city has to go out to a consultant and ask them, what would it cost to develop this request?
Well, they can ask the question of, here's what we'd like to see. And some of this information we already have.
But we're asking them to go out
I
and get a
understand.
consultant.
They,
That was what your motion is.
Yes, if they come back and say, we can go to a consultant. They can provide us. We can overlay with this. Here's what it'll take in order for us to do that. That's all I'm asking for. Not to do it, but to tell us what it's going to cost to do it.
Last question. No questions.
No. Houston?
No.
David?
So I guess my question to staff would be, how much of what he's looking for do we already have?
True.
Yeah, we've got some. We started that process. Again, CIP, one of the discussions and feedback we had, and again, thank you to John and Jeanette, Ricky, and the rest of your staff for hopping on some of these items as you heard the priorities from council. So we've already started that conversation. I know one of the things was brought up specifically was Flat Creek and Alsatian Oaks. And rather than running down a rabbit hole, I think what we understood to be one of the council's concerns was, okay, what's the ROI? Like, if freaking West Texas Gas will do this,
Agreed.
why doesn't it make sense for us? That we heard that, right? We heard that discussion.
Mm-hmm.
So we did look at it. We did get it just today, and this is why it's not in your council packet. But today we got a response from one of the, and I'm still in John's thunder. Do you want to take? Yeah, go ahead. Why don't you? I don't want to steal your thunder. Go ahead and talk about what you did, because y'all did it. 600.
But you're right. They did submit something today, and they did the first unit of Flat Creek of what it would cost to have that installed. They didn't give us the ROI yet, but Ricky did some quick math, and it was about $325,000, $375,000, just to put in the main lines, and then staff would put in the lateral lines, service lines.
That would feed the 61. The initial 61 houses.
Yeah.
There's 375,000 for 61 houses. Now that's the bulk of that cost is getting the line to that location, and so expanding it from there to the rest of the subdivision will be moderate, will be less expensive, right? But we don't know what that total cost is yet either. The initial stage is 375.
And then our average cost for gas is around $40 per customer for residential customers. And Ricky came up with 12 years before we see that on that particular unit.
To pay it back.
Just that unit.
It said 40 years?
For 60 homes.
40 years?
No, 20.
20 years.
I'm sorry.
Can I ask a question?
12 years.
12 years.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion?
I have one question for.
Okay.
So, granted, the next phase of Alsatian Oaks, how many homes are in there?
Ooh.
Just because then could that actually shorten your ROI 12
Yes.
years?
Yes.
If we went, go ahead.
Sorry. But there is other options, which we can't treat the gas the same way we treat water. So we have the developers build that out and get that over to us.
Unless they won't do it, which was the case with Flat Creek.
Right.
Unless they didn't want to, that would be up to y'all. Other municipalities can require that of developers.
Yep.
That's a decision you guys have to make.
Okay.
Or the third option, which was presented by the consultants, was they only build out the mains, and the city would build out the service lines, as John was speaking, which makes it cheaper for us. But that is a decision that will be made for you guys that implemented into either any service agreement or ordinance.
Perfect examples.
Got you.
So
Okay.
there's options to get in there. It's just the developer willing to do that as well.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Yeah, those are the kind of things we need to understand here, because we need to make the decisions on what the right thing to do is, what the payback's going to be. But we don't know if we don't ask, and you don't want to be faced with making an immediate decision without the background information. That's my point.
Okay. All right. So we got the motion. We got a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
All right.
At least you guys are on key.
All right. R, consider take appropriate action on directing city staff to provide a report to city council on the proposed expansion of the water and wastewater systems within the city's CCN to meet demands of future developments. Bob.
That guy again. Same kind of a thing. Second meeting in April. Bring us some information on what it's going to take to do this. We've had discussions here during the CIP. Mr. Dixon mentioned we need another well for $11 million. The possibility is we might acquire some portions of somebody else's CCN. We might not. And the build out for all of our CCN is uncertain. And so I know we're going to put in a large storage tank, one new well, but we really don't, I don't, maybe the rest of you got it in the last number of years, a good idea of exactly where we are on the capacity we currently have or projected to have, how many houses we can serve and or customers, be they beyond just regular houses, and what are the points that we've got to start doing future planning to put in additional capability beyond what we have. Of course, the long pole in the tent is a sewer plant. You could be 10 years easy doing a sewer plant because you can count on getting challenges unless you happen to expand the plant where it is right now. So this kind of goes hand in hand with the same kind of thing I'm asking about the gas system. Let's get a handle, and it's really for the next council to understand.
We do have a water and sewer master plan already that are both on our website.
Okay. I haven't seen it. I'm not going to go read it on the website. I probably don't even understand what website means. But, well, you brought up another well we needed. Okay. And so I'm saying, come back and tell us what it's going to take to get that by the second meeting in April.
Okay.
Not to go spend any money, do anything. Just give us an idea.
Okay. So is that, are you making a motion?
I make a motion to direct staff to report to City Council expansion of the water and wastewater system to handle future city expansion.
At the second meeting in April?
Yes.
Any seconds?
And again,
I'll second that for discussion.
Or anybody second it?
Yeah, I'll second that.
All right.
Again, you're not asking for the report. You're simply asking the staff to come back and tell us what it would cost to get that information.
We already have the report.
And we already have this, right?
Just hand it to us in 2 weeks.
So the other option, if this one failed, is I would make a motion that the city staff print out the report that's on the website and hand it to Bob.
I'll second that.
This hasn't been voted on yet.
Okay.
I know that.
All right. Any other discussion?
No.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Motion failed.
Oh, hang on.
All right.
So Phil can make his other motion.
Phil, do you want to make your motion?
Scott, instead of me making a motion, can you please print that out and give it to Bob?
Well, he said he didn't want it. Do you want it or not?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay.
So what do you want me to do?
The rest of it.
I wanted it to come to be put before everybody. So it is an item of discussion. It's an item of understanding. Any questions?
So you want a presentation on it, not just to be good, but maybe a presentation on the water and sewer plan so the council has a clear understanding of what the plan is? Maybe have our engineer present that, because what could do that? It was done.
Staff initially reports back to council second meeting in April on what will be required to provide the information and receive council direction. Okay, so you just have to tell us what's going to be required to give us this information, and if council wants to do it, fine. If council doesn't want to do it, fine.
But Bob, he just said they already have that information. And
we already
our engineer's shaking his head. They have that information already.
I assume that's what you voted.
I did, but based on your commentary, what you're telling me is that the council doesn't have full awareness of this, which makes sense. Phil knows, but you may not. David may know or may not. So it does make sense. We've got a new council coming on board. That might be something we want to do with the new council, is have a presentation from our engineer about a number of things. And one of them would be the water and sewer plant.
Yeah.
Another would be the gas. I think these are great ideas. I was
Great
trying
idea.
to understand what you wanted.
Didn't you notice that I'm asking for a report on what to do the second meeting in April on every one of these? You won't have done anything by the first meeting in May, and that's when we're gone. And so obviously the information is to help the new council understand exactly where we sit on things they're going to be facing every day.
I don't think you got a second for your motion, Phil. I think the item.
I didn't actually.
Oh, he didn't.
I just asked you to.
Okay.
But that's okay. We understand now what's going on.
All right. Well, it's
Go
good.
on.
All right. Now we're on to item S. Consider take
S.
S.
S. Sam.
All right now. Be nice. Consider take appropriate action on directing city staff to provide a report to city council on the use of recycled water for storage and distribution for irrigation.
You're going to tell me you already got that on the website?
No, I'm going to tell you, I'll just weigh in on this real quick. John and I discussed this as well. We don't really know what this means. We have in the CIP presented you with some options about storage at the sewer plant and some costs. And it was roughly between Depends on who you ask, right?
Yep.
But it's no cheaper than $500,000 and could be $2.5 million, depending on the scope of what the changes would be to the sewer plant. And there's kind of questions about that. Like if you're to do that, would it really be a good idea? Because down the road, you might actually need that space, that kind of thing. The other idea that had been shared and talked about by council was reuse, like purple pipe in communities. So we weren't really sure. Are you talking about water reuse and I'll let you tell me. But water reuse like at regional park or at the sewer plant, or are we talking about water reuse in a subdivision, a future subdivision? Which is it?
I never mentioned the word subdivision. I'm very specific about saying the water would be used at this particular point in time would be regional park, and I said to take to the border of the airport. And I also mentioned we already have right-of-ways or easements, whatever you want to call them, agreements to run lines through that we've already got for the force main. I understand there's a separation issue between types of water. Maybe that trench would work for that. Maybe it would not.
Well, if it's non-potable, it's probably not an issue.
Well, if it's a force main and it's non-potable, I think there has to be a 3-foot separation between them.
Yeah, possibly. But I'm saying like the water we send back the direction. But
okay, but
I guess we're going to find out from council whether that's a priority for council.
Yeah, that's true. But we never know what a priority is unless we bring it up and ask their opinion,
Agreed.
do we?
Yes, I agree.
Okay,
I agree.
my point on all these is these are things we currently face, and we need to make sure that we're well prepared across the board to understand exactly what we're dealing with as we go ahead. Reused wastewater, recycled wastewater is very valuable. Right now, we're throwing it away, and so we've had the discussion. And I'll tie this in. The reason I said airport, it can be used on a non-food crop as the first use. So you can feed it to a cow, and then you could eat. You can eat the cow, but you can't raise wheat that you eat off of recycled water that I'm aware of at this point. And but we've had the discussion about possibly having some other activities at the airport, in which case we could take the base water and convert it, but we could provide water for that irrigation purposes from recycled water. But you have to look at the finances of all that to see if it makes sense. Okay, and until you get the figures, you don't know if it makes sense or not. And so it may be that it doesn't.
We have looked at it at a high level, and that is in the Public Works report in your packet tonight. So
I know I saw it in there,
Okay.
but it's. I would prefer that it be discussed before council so there's a full understanding of what makes sense and what does not make sense. It may make no sense at this point in time, but it might. And so it's got a sellable value. It absolutely does. But it may be so far in that the investment you make that is not worth it. I don't know. But you don't know until you get your information together. Otherwise, you're just guessing.
So Bob, again, on this one, if you make a motion, it's not for staff to bring back the report, but it's to bring back to council what it would cost to develop this report that you're asking for.
No, we're going to spend $1 million in reports.
Okay, I'll read it again. Request staff come back to council as soon as...
Make a motion, please.
You just asked me a question. I was going to answer
make
it.
the motion.
I'm going to answer the question first. Request staff come back to council as soon as practical. Don't even give a date on it. To give a status report on what it will take in time and money to gather the information, and receive any additional council direction. So I didn't even put a time limit on it. It might be 6 months. It might be 5 months. But at least you know.
So are you asking them to come back for the report, or just to cost what it would cost to do that?
Just what I just said.
Yeah. Okay. So do we have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make one. Direct staff to report to city council at a future date on the infrastructure requirements for use of treated wastewater for irrigation of airport property and other uses.
Okay. Do we have a second?
It's going down real fast.
I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion? None? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Each time we add another voice. I love it.
All right. Item T. Consider to take appropriate action directing city staff to provide a report on city council on the operational condition, including testing cycles and readiness of all city-owned generators used for emergency power. Wow.
Yeah, that guy again. I obviously have read the attachment in the back from the administrator's report about testing and so forth that they've done. Obviously, I didn't have that when I submitted this item. I know for quite some time we were assured that we were ready to go on Lions Park, and that sucker could work in minutes. Well, it turned out that wasn't the case at all. It required electrical work. It required quite a bit of other efforts in order to make that thing be hooked up. I'm still not completely comfortable that every generator we have is immediately available to be put into service, and that we occasionally test it in actual service on that particular utility, if that's warranted. And the other one was fuel supplies. I put in here, are we completely comfortable that we have the fuel available to run these generators for 72 hours without having to get to the point that we need to do that and then trying to find the gas? And if staff determines we need generators at any other location. That was the point of this request. So I'm going to make a motion, direct staff to report to City Council operational condition, readiness, fuel supplies, and testing cycles of all city generators.
This
Yes.
one I will second because it is very important. We're in tornado season now. Hurricane season's getting ready to start off. We've had times to where stuff didn't fire off like they should. So I agree with this as far as our readiness preparedness.
Okay, there was two things that when well, y'all are going to make a motion and I'll clarify.
So Bob's made a motion, you seconded it.
Correct.
I don't know if we're going to have discussion or you want to have a vote.
Do you want discussion?
Well, I want to hear what.
Okay. So Bob made a comment about, I see that it's in the report, but that's not, I'm paraphrasing. That's not good enough. I'd really like to know there might be some equipment we're missing, and like it's beyond just what we have today. Because we have provided a report on today, and I would like John to speak tonight on where they are and what they're doing, just so y'all hear first what we're doing to make sure we are ready. Because that's obviously a concern of ours. But when we start venturing into, well, what other equipment do we need? Well, yeah, we've made a FEMA application for a grant for a bunch of generators that we need, and we don't have, and it's millions of dollars. We don't have them, right? And we don't have them for our critical facilities like City Hall. So we definitely need backup generation in places that we don't currently have it. But we can certainly, so that's a separate report. That wasn't in the motion. That's why I'm bringing that up. So I want to make sure I have clarity on what is expected.
Yeah.
What was it in the motion you said?
So there's one thing is to report on what we have, like right now, and what we're doing and how we're ready.
Yep.
The other is like what is needed, what additional equipment might be needed.
No, it's just
Yeah, I put that at the bottom, but it wasn't part of the motion.
Right.
Yeah.
So
if we vote on this, we're going to hear the results of our vote by John.
You can hear it now or you can hear it next time.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just since you're here, you can tell us exactly.
Okay. I can go through all of them.
Well, we got to come in because that doesn't have to do with this.
Okay.
So we have to vote on the motion.
okay. So we got motion second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
It failed.
I guess you don't need to talk.
Yeah, would you like to hear
I'd
from
like
John?
to hear what.
Yeah, I want to hear from John.
Okay, John,
About that,
how ready are we?
we are ready. Other than well 2 and well 3, we're waiting on generators. One generator should be coming in next week for well 2, and well 3 is still back. Well,
These are ones that y'all have authorized, but
Right.
as you know, generators taking
Correct.
forever
Oh, yeah.
to get.
Oh, yeah.
So go ahead.
and the other wells, he asked for maintenance records and what have you. We requested some of the maintenance records that we hadn't updated, but all of them have either annual maintenance or weekly maintenance on some of them.
How often are you exercising them?
Yeah, we're always exercising, or we put a load on it, make sure that they can handle the load, and make sure there's nothing else. We check the oils.
Once a
And
month?
that was a deficiency.
Once a month, and
Some of them are twice a year.
John, I want to be clear. That was a deficiency in our prior procedures. We were exercising, but not under load, and that was when Councilman Lee rightfully recognizes we did have an issue that we weren't anticipating, and it was fortunate that we found it when we did, and instead of in the middle of an emergency. So I think these are great discussions we're having, and it's helped us be better. But we have since updated our procedures and policies and processes to do this.
That's correct. Because before we were doing it once a year, and now we try. Some of these you'll see on the report. We're doing it weekly, and some of them we do it monthly. Depends on the actual wells themselves, on the reliability that we've had in the past. So, and then we just got one on Country Village that we're going to put on the maintenance schedule. So
that's the lift station.
Lift station. Fuel, we have a contract, but I can't remember that. When you said that earlier, I couldn't remember the name of the folks that we have a contract with.
So they have to deliver fuel to us?
Yeah, if we have no means to go get it, then yes.
How much fuel do we have on hand for each generator?
They depends on the generator size itself and the tank itself. We fill them up as needed. So it depends on the size of the tank.
So if an emergency, I see where Bob's going with this.
That's not our plan.
What's our plan if
We
all
don't have
hell
a tank.
break?
I sit down in the yard. No, we don't.
So they have a certain amount that we have in the generators themselves.
Right.
We keep them topped off. We test them. We fill them when we test them. But as far as an emergency supply, what it's explained to me when we first got here, because this came up during Snowvid, we talked about what we were doing. And at the time, of course, he sold his company since, but Growth, we had an agreement with Growth, and supply wasn't an issue.
Right.
I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't know what our current is. My understanding is we have a new agreement with the new owner.
Golden West.
So basically, nothing's changed except for the ownership.
That's correct.
Golden West.
Golden West.
I couldn't think of the name.
So they're around. I mean, they're here, and
Yeah.
we haven't ever had an issue with getting the fuel when we needed it. Would it be good to have our own stock? Sure, but there is an issue with being able to use the fuel, enough of it to actually.
And there's regulations, standards.
Right.
You have to
Yeah.
meet and so forth.
I mean, he's in town with above ground storage tank,
But-
so it's.
But do we have an agreement with them?
Yes.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Question for you: when we ordered those 2 generators, I know we were hoping to get grants for them, but they were unfunded the time we ordered. We directed you all to go buy them, but
We still don't have any response from FEMA.
Okay.
I have
And-
met with our state rep, or our congressional rep, but it hasn't shaken anything loose.
So we're not going to, and they're unfunded now still.
Okay. Well, do you know that's the reason I keep asking these questions, and counting on grants is wishful thinking. You may or may not get them. That's why I brought this up last year. Council agreed to fund the 2 generators and leaving the one that's at Lions Park as a spare. But normally, if we are in a situation that we have to operate as the state of Texas requires we operate during an emergency without electrical power, then we also need to be sure that we can get the fuel we need to run for X period of time. And just one tank full is not going to run 3 days. Ain't going to happen.
That we have a delivery contract in place. We're as sure as we can be without going the extra step of actually saying we're going to have a fuel farm ourselves. And as Councilman King pointed out, having a fuel farm has certain liabilities and other issues.
I am completely aware of that, having dealt with the airport for 25 years. Okay, I understand that perfectly.
You're all in agreement.
And you can use in diesel generators, which I assume all of ours are, except the natural gas generator that's at the pusher station for River Bluff. You can, in a pinch, use jet fuel if you add oil to it. And so we generally have 7,000 to 8,000 gallons of jet fuel out there. And so, but you need to have a plan on what it would take to use that, and it's generally kind of a one-time deal. Okay, but if you're in a crisis, you don't want to go, God, you know what? Golden West can't deliver, and they can't pump it. What do we do? And so you got to go beyond that. Okay, you got to go beyond that. And so that was my question. Are we really up to speed on keeping our utility system functioning and our critical communication systems functioning? So I would consider this item closed.
Council would need to prioritize whether they want us to develop a fuel farm somewhere, whether at Public Works or add something out at the airport that would be for diesel, which is also an option.
Leave that to the next council.
Okay.
Bob, question for you. Aviation gas, can that be used? Did you have to put oil in it? Okay, that answers my question.
Okay. All right. So that's it for that. Now we're on to city administrator reports.
Not diesel generator, gas generator.
We don't have any.
Okay.
You may have noticed I changed the intro and the outro of the report just to reiterate, hey, this is my best attempt to give you information, but if it's not in the format or it doesn't have the information you need or whatever, please let me know what's missing and what I can do to better keep y'all informed of what's going on. Geneva Channel, not a whole lot to report there other than you saw in the Public Works report, or maybe you haven't yet, that the concrete was installed. We're also going to hydro seed to encourage the grass growing there. You can see there's grass in the bottom of the channel and at the end, because a lot of the seed that we put down, that's where it washed to, which is why we're going to take a little bit different tact and get it hydro seeded. Y'all have asked about drainage. These reports where it talks about Athens area drainage. In past reports, this is where I would kind of explain, here's what our methodology is for drainage, right? What is going to be our approach? But we'll bring a more comprehensive response to you in the future. BMA trail, you can see the kind of the response there is that's considerably more than I think maybe council was expecting as far as the initial quote. We are going to get some additional quotes for the improvements that will be required to meet that agreement, that obligation in the agreement with BMA, but that's just an update of where that stands today. On wastewater treatment plant pond closure, we did have a good meeting with, I think Councilman King, you were part of that, right?
Yeah.
With Lochner to, again, update and discuss what the closure looks like. We're going to ask them to draft us, like, can you give us a pretty plan that we can show the council? This is what it looks like. We've talked about it. We had a public meeting about it. And lest you believe that we're just sitting here waiting, we are continuing. We're filling the pond. We're using available material as we are. And we've made quite a bit of progress. If you haven't looked at the east pond in a while, I would say it's at least 70% full at this stage, or the dirt is. So we made a lot of progress there. But we want to have a final design of what that looks like, and they're supposed to bring that to us later. The mayor has requested an on-site meeting, and so we don't have that scheduled yet. He wasn't available this week, so we'll probably schedule that for next week or the week following. Regional Park Community Center is still on target to meet the completion date at the end of May, and it's looking great. The stucco's up, the roof is on. Looks good. Lions Park splash pad, we did have a setback there because there were some additional breaks that were not evident when we went in to do those repairs. So they're waiting on some parts to get that done. But we're still on target and planning to be open by summer.
Contractor's still working with us on that?
What's that?
Contractor's still working?
Yes. Yeah, they're gonna make the repairs. Nothing really on the TxDOT construction project. County Streets plan, no real movement there. The only thing I'll mention is I provided to you all, I hope you looked at it, the plan that was given to county. I would like some feedback as long as we're talking about streets and paving and what our plans are. Staff gave them like what I would consider unimportant streets to go and do, like the airport road and some other areas. And I would like council's feedback. If you'd rather see us partner with the county to do other projects, we need to know that sooner than later so we can communicate that to the county. But understand that they're going to be very limited on how much streets they're going to do on our behalf. It's essentially what I've got them to agree to is essentially about 2 miles worth on hopefully what will be an annual basis. But each year we'll have to go in and get a new interlocal agreement for each project that we bring forward to them. And that has been a painful and slow process. Multimodal planning effort. There'll be a community meeting in April, first week of April, to talk about the plan and get some feedback. That'll be, I think, are we going to do it at the coffee shop? I think we're going to do it at the coffee shop, Magnolia. The street and drainage maintenance, we already talked about tonight. I won't belabor that here, but we are working to get that developed and have a presentation for you on April 14th. Yeah, and I gave you a little bit of an update of the meeting that I alluded to earlier with RESPEC and kind of what the progress we're making there. So hopefully you can see that. Again, we're going to try and overload you with some good information on the 14th about a lot of the CIP related projects that you tasked us with. The water well completion was already on the agenda. Water and wastewater capacity planning. we've already done that. Y'all talked about that tonight. ROI, we did that. I think that's it.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? No? Okay. All right. Any discussion on future agenda items other than what we've already annotated?
I'll mention we are going to be closed for Friday for Easter, and we won't see each other as a council before then. So please have a pleasant Easter with your families. Enjoy it.
You ready?
Ready.
Okay, we have yet to have a utility or airport CIP. And we need to have that before the last meeting in April. Since I have somewhat of a personal interest in the airport's future, I would like for us to, well, I don't know about next time. I'll talk to the mayor about that. I'll get back with you later on airport CIP. September Square parking plan, which will refer to somebody else, but council can determine if they want to do that. September Square parking plan.
That's a bee's nest.
Well,
That's a good plan.
I've been stung by it in the past, but it's probably time to bring it up again. Also, and I'll just give you a general airport property and sales taxes for commercial operations.
Yep.
You're already aware of that.
I think that's coming on the 14th already.
All right. And then airport appraisal of Medina Valley Youth Baseball Association fields.
If it's ready on the 14th, we'll have that on the 14th as well.
Well, that's the letter that we have to discuss also.
Well, there's two different issues. One is the appraisal, and then the other is how we respond to FAA letter.
That's the other part of my thing, and compliance with FAA requirements.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you remember when we first started this, it was also to correct the information with the FAA that they were given previously, but we can roll that together.
Yes,
Hopefully Mr. Perkins will be finished with that ASAP. I told him in an email that I was going to put it on the agenda for the next meeting. That's it.
Okay. David, do you have anything?
Yes. So one item which I believe is going to be on next meeting is following after the park board's recommendation to form a committee to look for possibly a new regional park or a youth sports complex. And then I'm going to bring something, potential revisions to the subdivision ordinance around block length and street layout.
Okay.
Houston, this is something you and I have talked about before.
I'm sorry, what now?
Block length
and street layout. And then I'm also going to bring an item around the council rules in the Code of Ordinances, specifically around submission deadlines and agenda requests, because I think there's a few things in there that don't align with new requirements from the state level.
Okay. Okay. Bill?
Nothing.
Houston? Okay. All right. Nothing else. I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
All right. Then I got a second.
Second.
All right. All those in favor? All right.
Thank you all.
Meeting adjourned. 10:07.
10:07.
You gonna say something, Deborah?